very wet Kačergine track from Lithuania near Kaunas, and we are here for the first round of 2025 Baltic Touring Car Championship. The competition itself, the first round is called Stateta Bro Grand Prix, and we will have full day of races, sprint races first, and we will conclude the day with a 2-hour endurance race. But as you can see from this picture, the weather is really very wet near Kaunas, and some more rain is expected. Cars for the first race are already on their out lap. Actually, there will be a warm-up lap and then formation lap, and then rolling start will be given for all classes because of safety reasons. And the picture you see is from the very back side of the track from turn 6 and 7. And rain has caused some technical problems for our cameras also, so we are very sorry for it, but really we can't do anything. Hopefully we can bring you the events from the track as well as we can. My name is Thomas Ooma, and we are going to helping you to go through the races today. The track is really wet, and yes, we will have two classes, ABC race and V1600 cars for the first race on the track. ABC race is very basic first step for, actually this is not 7 but turn 8 on the track, and here you can see the starting grid, V1600 cars in front, and then ABC race cars behind them. V1600 as itself says you that the displacement of engines for those cars is maximum 1.6 liter, and they are more or less production cars. Very little modifications are allowed for them. And ABC is more or less the same, but engines are even smaller, up to 1450 cc. Production car can have maximum engine power of 75 horsepower, and then of course there is some ballast, handicap ballast to balance the cars, because they, of course, they have different weights, different engines. Everything is different. But as you can see, there are a lot of cars, well, 17 in for two classes together, and especially ABC race. During the previous years, we have seen that there is usually a lot of action. Hopefully we can see it from the track. Talking about qualification, Marek Matveyev was the fastest in V1600 qualification, with Nauri Sakafonov second, and they were separated by just 0.009 seconds, so more or less the same, but it was on the dry track. What happens today on the wet track remains to be seen. Other cars were a little bit more behind. Number 37, Vietros Osos, last year vice champion, was third, but he was already some 8 tenths slower than Matveyev's. And concerning ABC race cars, regulations stipulate that their starting grid will be decided by draw. And the draw has put Karlis Kirmanis number 60 in his Toyota Yaris the pole, and for the second race for them the grid will be reversed, so Skirmanis will start from last. But now everything seems to be ready for the first start. Cars are coming through turn 8, then that is turn 9. And then they will go to the start-finish straight, and then race will begin. Number 3 is Artus Lodge, who will start from the last position into this race. formation lap will be completed and start will be given start light with lights. So V1600 cars in front and a car in the back. Now there will be one more formation lap. You could see blinking lights. So one more formation lap. So this long track, actually 3,301 meters is the length of Kachergina track. There are 10 turns, actually 10 number turns, but it's quite strange because the turn which we will see as number 1, the first turn after start-finish straight, will be turn number 10. But anyway, and the significant characteristic about this track is, of course, the elevation change. It's according to different sources, it is 32 or 36 meters, and as usually TV picture doesn't show how steep those gradients are, but I can assure you after turn 1 the track is dropping away from you, and then after turn 6 and 7 then the ascent will be as steep. And then the most interesting part of the track is, of course, turn 7 uphill over the crest, and you must be really brave there, because if you lift there, I think they will lift in this weather, but usually on the dry track, if you are lifting there, you are losing a lot of time, but it needs commitment. You must know exactly what you're doing there. Unfortunately, cameras which are showing turn 7 are currently not working due to the rain. It has disrupted many things on the track and near it. So formation lap is underway. Actually, extra formation lap. And cars are now getting close to turn 8, which is penultimate turn on the track. You can see it goes through the bowl. First downhill, then uphill, which compresses suspension, and you can basically, this turn, you can go full throttle, at least on dry track. Now, everything should be ready for the second start attempt. Yeah, start lights are in the background. Cars are on the grid already, and lights will go out every moment now. And here we go. And here we go. Marek Svatejevs in Opel Astra started from the pole position. And now cars are heading for turn 1, which is 90-degree, quite fast corner, and then cars then will go downhill towards turn 2, which we'll see. We can see now in the picture, but now Agafonos, number 111, has taken the lead at start. No, Matveyevs is back in front in his Opel Astra, and Agafonos is currently second, with everybody jostling for the positions, and Janis Traupe looks like in his Mini is third. And Matveyevs has already, I would say, has checked out already. Has quite a good lead. First time going into turn 6. And again, this picture is coming from turn 8. And this is Matveyev's and Agafonov's, and then Straupe just behind him, and then in 4th it should be number 19, Evelyn Staukovic. Yes, that yellow Ford going through the start-finish chicane. And yes, Matvejev is leading the race, and in ABC race is Carlis Sirmanis, number 60, who is in the front. Sorry, it's Andris Meilands, number 27. And Matvejev, as you can see, is much faster than everybody else, who is Agafonovs and Straupe fighting for second position. First, and Straupe now have fallen to 4th. No, he's losing speed. Something has happened to him, probably with his car. And it gives Agafonov's free track. Nobody is presenting any danger for him from behind. And Matveyev's now must appear in this picture, and here he comes. Second lap is closing to the finish. The thing is that now those cars are very much mixed on the track. They have different tires. ABC cars run on Falcon tires, while V1600 uses non-Kang AR1. It's spec tires for both of them, and they work very differently in wet weather. Matvejev, Agafonov, Straupe still in the front. The Mini I saw dropping. Oh, that is number 6, Sandis Lauber, who was in trouble through the start-finish chicane, losing several positions. So Matveyev's still leading in front of number 84, Danilevsky, who is actually ABC driver. And what I wanted to say about tires is that those Falcons work much better in the wet weather. We saw last year here in Kaunas the same, that ABC cars were much faster on wet track. So it mixes all the picture up. Anyway, Matvejev is the leader in V1600, Danilevsky is in ABC race. And we can expect after this 15-minute race that maybe some ABC drivers will take the overall victory here. Let's see when lap 3 will be finished, what the lap times are. But on the previous lap, Danilevsky's set the lap time 1:46.2, while Matvejev was full 4.5 seconds slower. So surely Danilevsky is catching Matvejev, and here they come. Danilevsky has already caught Matvejev, but of course they are fighting for their respective low classes, so no direct competition here. On the other hand, you always want to win the race, just be in front of everybody. But I think Matvejev is experienced enough not to start to fight with Danilevsky. He actually can't fight in this under these circumstances. But things happen here. Yeah. Very lost call of Luka Robalts in the start-finish chicane, and there was no sign of Danilevskis. And there is no sign of Danilevskis behind Matveyevs. They were separated. Here he comes. Probably after some off-track excursion, they were separated by just 8/10 on the line. But through turn 10 or 1, something happened to Danilevski, so he is now far behind, but still saved the lead in his class ABC race, which is most important thing for him. But he is closing the gap once again, and during that 15-minute race he can do one or two things. Maybe he can catch Matveyevs once again. Matveyevs comes here. He has now completed 4 laps. And Danilevskis, who was 0.8 seconds behind 1 lap ago, is now almost 3 seconds behind, so he lost quite a lot, but still is overwhelming leader in his class ABC race. Robert Kozolins is second, but 10 seconds behind Danilevski, so no problem. Despite that off-track excursion, which we didn't see. But Matveyev's overall leader, Matveyevs comes here, and Danilevskis now appears in the picture as well, but far behind, and it was probably a warning for Danilevskis as well. There is no need to push and to catch and overtake Matveyevs, because the most important thing, once more, the most important thing is to be the first in your class, take the victory, take the points, and hopefully be in front in the championship as well when the season ends. So 5th lap is underway already, and a bit more than 5.5 minutes still to go. 15 minutes race, as I said, and 5th lap will be completed now. Matveyevs was 3 seconds in front of Danilevskis 1 lap ago. Let's see what it will be now. They are going through the start-finish chicane. And yes, Danilevskis has closed in, but not by much, just 1 second. So maybe they will be together after this lap. But the pace has dropped. Pace has dropped significantly. It may mean that rain has started falling heavier. Danilevski's best lap has been 1:46.2, but last one was 1:52.7. So it's difficult to say who is where, but I can tell you that Danilevski's is number 18, Ozolins second in his class, and who is third, it seems like number 3, Artur Sloch is third in ABCs, and in V1600 Matveyevs of course is leader, as he is also overall leader. Then Strauper number 7 looks like he's second. No, Nauris Agafonos 111 is second, and number 37 Viestur Sosols is third. Strauper has fallen to 4th in his class. But here, 2 leaders, actually leaders of their respective classes, are almost together again. 6 laps will be completed in few seconds. There is less than 4 minutes to go. It means probably that they will do 2 more laps after this. And yes, Artur Stanilevskis has caught Marek Matveyevs. They're separated by just a few seconds. 1 second on the line, but Stanilevskis is closing in rapidly. And you can see very different machinery here. Honda Civics were the most popular car in ABCs a few years ago. Nowadays it's not that good, but still represented, and you can see Toyota Yaris is overrunning the most used car, actually in both classes. Auris Agafonov's number 111 is currently second in V1600s. But what is happening about the overall lead? Stanilevskis caught Matveyevs for the second time already. It's really difficult to get some overview who is where. And this is the start-finish area, turn number 9 in the background, and Matveyevs is still in front of Danilevskis, while there is only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and it almost certainly means that the final lap has begun. But two leaders, they have a lead of over basically half a lap already, because these cars in your picture, they are now going through turn, and Stanilevskis and Matveyevs are catching them already. Maybe they will, backmarkers will be lapped. It's not impossible. Let's see. Anyway, lap times are so different. These cars are completing their penultimate lap, while leaders are almost certainly on their final one. Just 40 seconds of the race time is remaining. There is now Agafonov's 111 in the front here, but he's in trouble because number 37 Viestus Ozol's last year vice champion is just behind him, and Agafonov survived this slide. Now where are the leaders? Just 15 seconds remaining. This is not the leader, but this is number 16. It's backmarker. Sorry, number 15, Alexander Spotsiluko. And here are leaders coming. And the race time is over, so Danilevskis has overtaken Matveyevs and takes the checkered flag as first, and of course as first in his class ABC race, while Matveyevs is the winner in V1600s. And let's see how long we must wait the other cars. The gap has been huge. Now Agafonov here in this yellow Yaris leading this group, but he should be overall fourth because number 18 Robert Ozolinsh is somewhere in front of him. Ozolinsh will take second in ABCs, while Agafonov should be second in V1600. So Ozolinch is over the line already, and this is Agafonov's, and has been under pressure all the time and has survived it. Just the final chicane once more, and then yes, he's over the line. So looking at who was where, Danilevski's was the winner in ABC race, who is Robert Ozolinch second and Karlis Skirman is third. Meanwhile, in V1600, Marek Matveyevs was the winner, who is Nauris Agafonov's second and Viestur's Ozol's third. And once more, sorry for the picture, our cameras were all in place, but the rain has spoiled some connections and we can't unfortunately show you full picture from the full track. And here are the results. Some cars seemingly still on the track, or Janis Straupe didn't finish the final lap, it seems. Yes, he's shown to be one lap down, as is Kristev Salins, and Alexander Spotsiluiko didn't finish the race at all. Actually, he didn't start it at all. So this was the first race of Stateta Bro Grand Prix 2025. First sprint race. The next race, which cars will be entered the track shortly, will be for Baltic Touring Cars classes 1, 2, 3, or as they are named, BTC1, BTC2, BTC3. Basically about cars. You can take whatever car, make whatever modifications while they are technically correct under the regulations, and then there is engine displacement limitations. For BTC1 it is 1600 cc, for BTC2 it is 2 liters, and for BTC3 it is 3 liters. And those cars will run their first race over 15 minutes as well. Here you can see all those JV Academy Toyota Yarises. Last year they were almost all colored, was it green or was it blue? It's difficult to say, but it was even more difficult to tell which car was which. And this year they have different colors, and if you know who is who. Then now over to Paula. For some interview near the Parc Fermé.
So hello and welcome to our Stateta Bro Grand Prix, and we can find our winner of class ABC. So number 84, please come to me. This is Arturs Danilevskis, his winner. Maybe we can find him here. So Arturs, quite nice race. How it was, please tell us.
Yeah, it was hard for me to drive in these conditions with the 1 and 6 cars because they have a semi-slicks and we have Falcon tires, so the Falcon tires are better in the wet conditions. So yeah, all race I was with Matujevs. We had a gap big and there was a crash, so double yellows, there was 60 kilometers per hour limits, so it was hard to overtake him there. But yeah, in the last lap I overtake him and still I'm P1.
Nice to hear about it, and hope that it will be quite good and better conditions for race number 2.
Yeah.
Take my fist and let's find maybe a winner from class V1600. So let's wait a couple seconds and we will find him. So maybe we can find later some winners from V1600 class, but anyway we have a couple newcomers or debutants from this event, and maybe we can talk with her. So hello! You were quite scary from this race, but as you can see, quite good your car likes Yautrotis, yes, sometimes it's very hard to pronounce, but please tell me, Anya, how's going and how it was?
It's rough out there. It's rough out there. The track is completely wet. It's not like tiny bit wet, it's like pouring down wet. The most difficult is the first corner because it's like every
From
other
down
corner,
to up.
yeah. It's crazy, but I'm happy that I'm back in one piece. I know I can drive faster, but unfortunately in this track there is like no safe space to pass other cars because after the first corner there was a double yellow flag, so which means 60 kilometers per hour, and every other corner is just it's not safe. So I'm back in one piece. Let's see what the second race brings us.
Yes, we all hope that second race will be with good conditions, so take my fist and have a nice day. So it was a car, and it's still good, you know, conditions of this car from Anya Vitinia. So let's see what will be next, but a lot of cars from this race, so it were even we can find, I think, 17 cars from this race, and let's see what we get next. So see you guys.
So thank you, Pablo, and really BTC cars are already, or at least some of them are already on the dummy grid. The race will be over 50 minutes as well, with 2 formation laps, actually warm-up lap and then formation lap, and I can see some empty spaces at the far end of the grid. I think Tadas Petkovska's Honda Civic is the yellow one in the background, and who are missing? It's difficult to say, but looks like number 91, last year champion Maris Bulans. He was last year champion in BTC1. He is missing, and is it number 5, Dovydas Akstinias as well? Anyway, Arturas Kilobavicius, number 86, was the qualification winner yesterday, and his lap time then on the dry track was 1:15.3. Today we saw in the morning during the endurance race qualification that lap times were some 15 or 20 seconds down, and as you could hear from Anna Vitinia, she told that track was completely wet, not just damp, but maybe not the standing water, but you can see from the lead car that there is a lot of spray behind the cars, and it tells you that the track is really very wet, which means, as Anya also told, it's very difficult to... Yes, and there is standing water. There is definitely some standing water. It is in turn 4. Cars are now, first cars are now going through turn 5 in the background. So Kliobavicius was the winner of qualification yesterday with number 1, Tomas Jatkevicius, less than 3 tenths behind him. And this is Janis Straupe finally coming back. He was the unfortunate one not to finish the race. We didn't see what happened to him, but anyway, it's a thing of past now. The thing of present is BTC 1, 2, 3. And looking at the other classes, both Kliobavicius and Jatkevicius are BTC 3 drivers. BTC 2 qualification winner was number 11, Agnius Narbutas, in front of number 9, Kairo Kallas, who is the sole Estonian driver in this race, last year vice champion in BTC2, and in BTC1, number 12, Tomas Puskiavicius, in front of number 27, Jukama. They are starting in the back. We should have 15 cars on the track, but looks like we are missing number 5, Dovydas Akstinias, and number 91, Maris Pulants. It remains to be seen. But 15 minutes is the race time, as you can see from these graphics as well. Cars are now on their second lap before the start. First lap is called warm-up lap, then second lap is called formation lap, because cars, as you can see, they will form the starting grid 2 by 2, and then they will take a rolling start. Interesting fact, if you didn't notice, is that while starting, cars are not going through the chicane on the main straight. They're going straight, of course. On the straight they are supposed to go straight over the grid and over the start line, but on every other lap they're going through the start-finish chicane, which slows them down before turn 10. And yes, the first turn they hit after the start is called turn 10. And this picture comes from turn 8. And now everything should be ready for the start. Number 86, Arturas Kliobavicius, and number 1, Tomas Jatkevicius, starting from the front row. And this is Tadas Piatukauskas, starting from the very last position, number 24, but he's a fast driver and he has fast cars, so expect him to gain some positions. Now everything should be ready. Kliobavicius and Jatkevicius both in BMWs in the front row. And it's a go, 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 go. And you can only imagine how bad the visibility is in that spray. There is a lot of water on the track. timing is not running for whatever reason, but cars are running on the track, and Lobavicius is surely lost his leading position, and I think it's number 11, Agnes Narbutas, in his white Honda Civic, who is leading this race. So BTC guy, this is standing, actually this was standing at the start line, and yes, Narbutas was in front of everybody when they went through turn 4. Now turn 8, and Narbutas is still in front, who is Lobavicius second, and they have put some quite a lot of free air between them and all the others behind. What have happened, we don't know, of course, but some fast cars have disappeared. Number 1, Thomas Lobavicius, where is he? He started from the front row. And we will see what Lobavicius. No, Narbutas and Kairo Kallas are shown as first 2 at all. And Andis Meilands is third. Wow, it's ever so mixed up. So the picture is, we can show, yes, Kairo Kallas in his Honda Civic Coupe is third. So 2 BTC 2 cars are in the front. Meanwhile, Lobavicius is only 5th and Lobavicius is only in 6th. BTC 2 cars are currently BTC 2 cars in these conditions looks like much faster. Andis Meilands is number 33, who is overall third. He's currently leader in BTC 3, so everything has changed during those first 2 laps. Meanwhile, leader Narbutas is completing his second lap. Kallas in second, and Weissman is still in third in his. So Honda Civics in top 4 places. BMW started from the front row, but only here comes Lobavicius, number 1, and Lobavicius behind him. And Kauskas here in his yellow Honda Civic behind them, and as expected, Kallas had a really bad moment between turns 3 and 4, but somehow managed to stay on track, and most importantly, keep his second position. And Kauskas is improving his position. He was behind Lobavicius on the line, but now he is in front already and catching Lobavicius. He's also BTC2 driver. Our leaders are already close to the finish line, and yes, they have completed their third lap. And I suspect this time Kallas, although he had his moment, was even a little bit faster, while this is Šarlinskas, who has overtaken Weissman for overall third. They both have red Honda Civics, so quite difficult to tell which is which car. But these are 2 leaders. These are 2 leaders, and they had almost exactly same lap times. Narbutas was just 12 thousandths of a second faster than Kallas over the previous lap. And they are certainly will catch the back markers. Leaders are coming through. It means 4 laps will be completed by the Magnus Narbutas, still leader at 1.7 seconds in hand over Kallas 1 lap ago. The gap now is almost the same, just a few hundredths of a second less than Kristupas Shablinskas is third. And Andis Meilands is in fourth. The top 3 currently belongs to BTC2 racers, and Andis Meilands is still leading in BTC3s. Meanwhile, BaTCC, who started from the back of the grid, has overtaken both Jatkavicius and Kliobavicius, who started from the front row. Oh, there is was it Tomas Puskiavicius who had some difficulties to slot into the final chicane, and leader of BTC3, which is supposed to be the most powerful and the fastest class, but under those circumstances where the track is completely wet, and you can see the baseman is braked even into turn 5, which is usually almost full throttle. Narbutas and Kallas still together even after 5 laps, just 1.1 seconds separating them. And Shablinskas third, Meilands is fourth, and number 12 Tomas Puskiavicius is 1 lap down already. So he's a back marker. These are leaders coming to lap Lelde Ukama, and Kallas has now certainly close into the leader Narbutas, but he almost went off here. Again, you can only imagine how bad the visibility is from the cars, especially if there is another car in front of you. So the wise thing for Kallas to do is probably not to push overly hard to try to overtake Narbutas, but just stay behind and bring it safely home. As they say, if you want to finish first, you first have to finish. Here come, you can see our leaders again now after 6 laps already. And Kallas has now been faster. Some 3/10 faster than leader Narbutas, but it hasn't changed anything. Narbutas is still first and Kallas is still second. Meanwhile, this man, Tomas Jatkavicius, and this man, Arturas Kliobavicius, they were starting from row 1, and these are both... No, this is not backmarker number 33, it's Andis Meilands is a leader in BTC3, who was just overtaking one backmarker, but Tadas Piatukauskas, number 74 in this yellow Honda Civic, is rapidly closing in to Meilands. He was full 3 seconds faster last time around. Well, you can see how hard the rain is. It's really bad. Not the light drizzle, but downpour. And it's quite an achievement to stay on the track in these conditions, not talking about going fast. So lap times are under 140, which leaders are doing. Are really excellent in those conditions. And we still have 3 minutes and 20 seconds of race time left, while leaders have completed their 7th lap and they are still together, but this time Kallas was just 3 tenths later over the line than leader Narbutas. They are closing in to those men who started from, and they are leaders are coming here, and Kallas again had a slight moment, but he's now all over Narbutas, and clearly has a plan to take the lead. Can he do it here? Now they must have a picture where the standing water lies, and Kallas goes to the outside. Can he? And yes, it was a brave maneuver. It was really brave maneuver. Through turn 5, he went to the outside and took the lead. Can he stay on the track? We will see in few seconds. So Kairo Kallas, last year BTC2 vice champion, has probably taken the lead. At least we saw him taking that. Can he keep it? Yes, he could. He's now in front of Magnus Narbutas while they are lapping another backmarker, and they are already going to lap Kutjatjavicius and Kliobavicius, while it probably is the final lap which Kairo Kallas just started. Less than 140 to go. So it was a really brave maneuver from Kairo Kallas, but he surely knew what he did. He went to the outside in turn 5, and Magnus Narbutas had nothing to do, and here comes leader Kairo Kallas, and yes, he has overtaken both Kliobavicius and Jatjavicius. Oh! That was close moment. You saw how deep standing water there was in turn 3, and Narbutas almost lost it. So you must be very, very aware of those dangers until the very last meters of the distance. 30 seconds to go now. Kallas had a lead of 2 seconds over Narbutas 1 lap ago. The big question is he going to take another lap? The wise thing would be to reduce the speed and take the checkered flag, and it looks like this is what is going to happen. The time is over. And yes, there is finished flag out, so Kairo Kallas has won this BTC race in front of Agnius Narbutas, and probably Kristupas Šablinskas, number 77, will be third. There is still some time to wait for him. And yes, Šablinskas is third. Piatukauskas should be fourth in front of Weissmannis, and only 5 cars were on the lead lap. Jatjavicius, who started from P2, was already a lap down, but Piotkauskas and Weissmannis has not crossed the line yet, so it remains to be seen. Looking at the conditions, it is very easy to lose a car and go off even on the final lap. Things like this have happened in the past as well. So Piotkauskas now must be somewhere close to the finish line, and yes, he is. So the 4 places were taken by BTC2 cars, and BTC1 winner was number 33 Andis Meilands, who was overall in 5th, and BTC1, which we didn't see much during the race, winner was number 27 Lelde Ukama. So you can see top 3 in the upper part of this graphics, and then Weissmannis as the winner in BTC3 and Ukama winner in BTC1. So it was very, very, very wet race for Baltic Touring cars. Fortunately, they almost all reached the finish. I think there were, yes, all 13 cars which took the start reached the finish. So they were really careful on this treacherous track. Well driven for everybody, even those who were not that fast. And here you can see our schedule. The next race will be for BMW 325 Cup, the Race 1. And hopefully we can get some words from Kairo Kallas as well, who put in a really excellent race.
So we can see our winner of race number 2. This is Estonian driver. He was second last year in BTC2 category, and right now he finished first. So this is Kairo Kallas. Very well done. How it was from your side?
It's pretty easy because I like rain, and car is rainy days is car drive very well.
I think it was a couple last laps of distance where you did this overtaking maneuver or something like this, because I saw this timetable was another driver ahead, or what it was in the last couple laps.
I don't know. I look where I go and
Okay, just drive to finish, drive on the limit, and let's go in the same ways. Very well done. So Kairo Kallas, our winner from BTC2 category. Maybe we can find couple and other drivers. So if you can see, this is our defending champion from his BMW car number 1, of course. He was quite disappointed maybe after yesterday quali. Today was maybe right now was not his day, but anyway, we can see our champion. Again, Tomas Jatkevicius, car number 1. And let's find a couple and other drivers. A lot of drivers we have here. Lady, we want to ask about your race because, as I know, you're the best driver in BTC1 category. Looks like, at least. So, how it was for you?
It was awful, actually. I couldn't like turn at all in the end, so it was crazy. I don't like this weather.
Anyway, at least
I
you're.
like the track, but I don't like this rain, and I didn't see anything at all in mirrors, so it was like I was driving with my eyes closed. So
Bowl of water.
yeah.
So yeah, sometimes this race looks like, I don't know, but completely blind from driver's seat. So this is a car of Lady Yukama, our winner from Race 2 and BTC1 category. Maybe we can find driver number 33 and his Honda. Let's see.
So as you could hear, the emotions are very different from winners. Lelde Yukama was winner in BTC1. She told that she didn't
let's
see
ask.
anything.
So, our driver,
Hello.
Andis Meilands, his car number 33. How's your race?
I think pretty perfect because I very like raining and it's no big problem for me. Always big difficult for me. I drive with last year tires and this very slippery.
Thanks for your words. So looks like you need better tires for the next race, but let's see.
I think it's okay.
So he told that's quite good, and car it's quite good, I must to say so. And we can see driver from Euromala team, as I can see. So it's our winner team, and it's time for next race. It's time for BMW completely Cup 325. These cars must be on our starting grid, and maybe we can walk and at least to see couple old faces, couple maybe new faces, because we have some time and it's time to walk, of course. All these BMW classic cars, I must to say, maybe the best cars in the middle of 2000s, from the beginning maybe of European Touring Car Championship, BMW 3rd Series, and after a couple world titles from Andy Priol and his BMW 320 SI. But anyway, today we have a lot of saloon cars. This time must be 20 drivers on the starting grid. Okay, so maybe yes. Okay, maybe we don't need it.
Everything is
Maybe
ready
start.
for BMW 325 Cup Race
So we have some
1.
time for all these drivers. Okay. So we can introduce our starting grid and 20 cars for race number 3 this day. But anyway, this is BMW 325 Cup. So 20 minutes for race for 20 cars and a sensational winner from yesterday quali. It's Estonian driver and champion, almost defending, of course, champion. He don't try to defend, of course, his title in V1600 class, but right now he will try his best to win this race. So car number 335 and Ragnar Simulant, the fastest yesterday time from him, 1:19.679. Just only one driver who were faster than 1:20. So from another side, we must see on position number 2, driver number 11. This is Latvian driver actually, Jānis Horeliks and his BMW. Of course, couple words from the team before the start of the race. Then next position number 3, we can see nice car, RS Motorsport, of course. So driver number 41, one of the best drivers from last year championship, and his name is Matis Malinovskis, our driver on position number 3. Then we have local hero, or one of local heroes, of course, driver number 17, Aurimas Mištautas from Lithuania. And other positions, and we can see 2 black BMW. First of all, of course, 411, this is Emilia Ulvidaite. And then near from another side, car number 27, Povilas Bonkevičius. So let's find another drivers, because we have some like 3 minutes before the start. Of course, we need to check tire pressure of the cars. So this is driver number 28 from okay, so Henrikas Klepikas, as you can see, from Lithuania again. Another car number 35, another black BMW, and this is Donatas Jucius, sorry. And then our Poland driver, just one driver from this country, but anyway, Karol Wika and his BMW, and starting position number 9 from the 5th row, we can see driver number 67. This is Darius Gaidulionis, another Lithuanian driver. Then we can find driver number 25 and his BMW, of course, Girts Daugavinš. We have his son. He already raced in a previous race. So another driver from Estonia, car number 81, Karl Lang. Then another BMW, but this is not Jacques Villeneuve, but anyway, it's just one coupe car, and near this car just saloon cars. So driver number 55, and here we have Olivier Villeneuve from France. So another car number 86, another BMW, this time again driver from Lithuania, Laimonas Starkevičius. Another car number 5. Okay, we have 2 coupe. Nice to see it. But anyway, from this side we can see driver Saulius Jonaitis. Another driver number 37. And this time we can find Erika Arkusauskaite. Let's see. Okay, 1 minute and we can see another car number 3. And this is Leo Messenger. He didn't start yesterday, but we wish all of our drivers good luck, and let's go from the track, because it's time to race.
So the grid was introduced by Paolo, and yes, Ragnar Simulant, number 335, young Estonian driver, won the qualification yesterday. His time on the dry track, it's important to mention, was 1:19.679, and as far as I know, it was the first time ever when BMW 325 Cup car covered the 3.3 kilometer track in time under 1:20. Simulant, of course, is the last year champion in V1600, so last year he made his step to car racing from go-karts, won his first race, and at the end of year was already a champion. This year he stepped up to BMWs and won the qualification. Of course, the race over 20 minutes on this very, very wet track is very different, and you can see here we have camera from turn 1. It's not the first turn, because first turn is turn number 10, but This is turn 1. Here you can see the track goes quite steeply downhill towards turn 2. Starting to read on your screens. It looks like we have 17 cars. Number 7, Erik Stefanovic, was not on the grid if I saw it correctly. But Leo Messenger, number 3, who starts from the dead last position, is a champion from 2023. He's a very fast driver. He showed it during the practice as well, so expect him to gain a lot of positions through this 20-minute race. Interestingly, red flag is shown. Yes, red flag. Probably the track conditions are deemed too dangerous, too bad for the race to be started. Let's see what the official statement will be. The race, it's on discretion of a race director to make those those. But yes, we saw and we can see in the present that red flags are out, and it means just one: stop racing. Actually, it wasn't racing was not on, it was only warm-up lap. Aha, that's the reason. Two cars have seemingly collided, and it looks like it's Henrikas Klepikas who is stuck in the gravel at turn 5. And is it Auremas Mistautas who is involved in the situation as well? Very limited visibility, and on the very slippery track, things like this can happen very easily. And looks like both those cars are out of the race. Klepikas is certainly one of those cars involved. He's currently sitting in the gravel and being towed out from there. It's of course shame to end your race even before it had started, but again, on the very wet track and in the rain, everything can happen. You can see standing water on the track in the lower right side of your screens. And we saw during the previous race that there was standing water at the apexes of turns 3 and 4 as well, and the eventual winner, Kairo Kallas, almost went off when going through one of those puddles. Now Klepikas' car has been rescued. It's on the tarmac now. Basically, he should be able, if the car is in one piece, of course we don't know what what kind of contact they had and how damaged the cars are, but at least Klepikas is able to move under his own power. And who is the second car involved? Is it Ilias Ponkiewicz? No, Ponkiewicz had a black car. So this situation is cleared. Track should be free, and hopefully we can start with proceedings in a few minutes when both cars involved are either on the starting grid or back in the pits. Here you can see the elevation change on the right side. There are turns 5 and 6 in the background, and turn 8 is on the left side. So it's the beauty of Kachergine track, but it also makes this track very challenging. And so Klepikas' car is at the pit entry. Looks like he's not going to take the start. And who on earth was the second car involved? Aha, it's number 41, Mattis Malinovskis, who should have started from P3. What a shame for him. What a shame for him. He was last year vice champion. One of the fastest drivers here. But now every sign shows that he's not going to take the start for this opening race. And there is one car behind him. It is number 7, Erik Stefanovic. We didn't see him on the initial starting grid. Now he is there. Okay, from the last row, but still he's there, which can't be said about Malinovskis and Klepikas. Malinovskis should have started from P3 and Klepikas from P7. So maybe not the victory contender, but at least the front runner. Okay, now everything is ready for the repeated start. Lead car takes off, and Ragnar Simulan number 335 should follow him. Yes, green flag is waved. And we take the second attempt to start this BMW 325 Cup first race. Klepikas is back on the grid, so his car is more or less drivable. It may be that he simply lost his car and was stuck in gravel, but it is certainly not the case with Malinovskis, whose car was towed back to the pits. Going through turn 1 now, and then downhill here to turns 2 and 3, and then towards turn 4. Actually, when you're driving on this track, turn 4 is quite easy one. This is here. The problem there with turn 4 is you have to take correct line when exiting turn 3, then 4 is quite easy. But again, the problem is to be on the track there, even in dry. You must take the correct line. And actually, there is only one correct line. So warm-up lap is going to be completed in a few seconds, and then the formation lap starts, and then the start for BMWs will be given as a rolling start as well, as it is with all the classes today, for safety reasons, especially on the very wet track. The amount of spray the cars are throwing up is huge, especially in this start-finish area. It wasn't that bad in the lower part of the track, in the region of turns 3 to 6, but start-finish area, it's really bad. And you can see also the new asphalt. New asphalt was laid onto the track from the start till turn number 1. And when I told you that Ragnar Stimoland was the first BMW driver to break the 120 barrier, then of course this new asphalt also helped him, because turn 1 is now much smoother without big bumps, which drivers used to experience there. And it certainly helped them. There is actually only one bump on the track between turns 5 and 6. It's probably not that bad for BMWs, but with faster cars without ABS, it's a little bit problematic. Anyway, BMWs are now on their formation lap. Actually, they are completing it already and will take start in a few seconds. Their race will last 20 minutes. Ragnar Stimoland, number 335, a young Estonian driver, is starting from the pole, and number 19, Jares Horeliks, veteran Latvian driver, probably maybe not the oldest, but one of the oldest certainly. So very different backgrounds for those two drivers starting from front row. But here they are equal, cars are more or less equal. And let's see what happens during this 20 minutes racing. Now everything is ready for the start. Stimoland was clearly the fastest on the dry track, but what happens here on the wet asphalt? So he takes the lead. The race is underway. Stefanovic is not rushing at the start. This is turn 2 and turn 3. And who emerges first? So Stimoland is in clear lead, and it is Aurimas Mistautas, number 17, who has jumped Horeliks for second. However, Horeliks has dropped to third. Now, first lap is very difficult for everybody. You have to adapt very quickly with those conditions, to those issues, but thing is, you don't know what to expect. Can't back off too much, but then you have to be careful. Somebody was making a little botanic excursion there at turn 5. Unfortunately, we have currently no picture, so I can't tell you who is in front and who is not. This is turn 8. Oh, and it's really slippery, and it's Mistautas who has taken the lead, and Stimoland has lost his leading position to local driver Audimus, Lithuanian driver Audimus Meilands. It's probably Meilands who knows these conditions better than Simulant. It should be third season for Meilands in BMWs, while this is first race for Simulant in these cars. So the experience, of course, is all important here. And where is Messenger? We can see Messenger, who started from the final position. He's now already in 12th. And two leaders are letting all the others far behind. Meilands is clearly a little bit faster than Simulant, and there is still turn 4. There is a lot of standing water at the apex. Rather deep puddle. We saw how Simulant went through it. Of course, it's not raining so heavily now as it was about half an hour ago. But it is still bad. It's still very wet, very slippery. Now turn 8 for the second time, and Meilands has increased his lead. It's quite clear here, but they are much faster than Povilas Pomkavicius in third, and Pomkavicius in turn is much faster than Horelix in fourth. So Pomkavicius has made really good progress during those first two laps. He started from sixth, now he's third. And Meilands' lead over Simulant is 1.8 seconds currently. And this is Laimonas Starkevičius at turn 9. He should be able to, yes, he is able to remove himself from the gravel. It wasn't gravel, it was rather grass, but anyway. Turn number 9 should be full throttle even in those conditions, but it can be very tricky, as you could see. And drivers are seeking for different lines, running so-called go-kart line on the outside, not on the usual racing line. But what about our leaders? Meilands and Simulant. I can't say they were together anymore. 1.8 seconds is quite a large gap even in the wet. They're clearly faster than anyone else behind. Pomkavicius here comes in third, and Horelix is still third. We can't see it, but leaders are now completing their third lap, and there is a huge gaggle of cars. And actually this time around Simulant was almost half a second faster than Meilands. Because who? Oh, there is yellow flag, and it means it's very slippery. It was turn number 10, actually the first turn after the start-finish straight, which is called turn number 10. But there is car on the grass there. Because he's trying to drive right. Green car is currently in 13. He should have started from 7th. We saw him in the gravel during the warm-up lap, so he's really fortunate. He's really lucky to be in this race at all. But what is happening between the leaders? Simulant last time around was much faster, half a second faster than Mistautas, but this time around Mistautas has clearly increased his lead, while Pokiavicius is very lonely third. 6 seconds of free track in front of him and some 7 seconds behind. Turn 8, which is easy flat in dry, is now very tricky. Cars are going sideways here. So Darius Kaidilonis has overtaken many cars, and is it? Yeah, it was Horelix probably whom we saw on the grass, because he's dropped from P4 to P13, and Darius Kaidilonis has inherited his 4th place. Here he comes in the front, in front of Karol Vika, and Leo Messenger is already in 6th. He started from dead last, from 17th. He's now all over Karol Vika there, so Polish driver. Leo Messenger, of course, Frenchman, so we have 2 French drivers, Olivier Villeneuve as well, who is currently in 13th, and Leo Messenger, who is in 6th, and likely will take, and this time, it's really frightening to see cars going through turn 8 while sliding, but surely Simulant has been much faster this time. 2.2 seconds with the gap 1 lap ago. Now it is just 0.8, so Simulant took back 1.4 seconds in one go, and the fastest lap was set by him as well, 1:42.4. It's more than 20 seconds slower than yesterday on the dry track. It tells you a lot about the track conditions as well. And another car sideways. It was the Geert Staugavinch, but fortunately he managed to save that slide. Probably lost some positions. No, he didn't, but yes, he did. Surely he did. He lost a lot of positions, but Leo Messenger, you could see, was already in 5th, starting from 18th. And while you can have only one correct line through turn 4 in the dry, in the wet it's completely different game. There are lots of correct lines. It depends on how you see the conditions. And now what's happening between Mistautas and Simulant? It's not them. They are in front already. Not much have happened, still 0.8 seconds, so they are more or less together after 6 laps. 9 minutes and 9 seconds still to go. So nothing is decided. And Messenger is now overtaking Kaidilonis, and he is in 4th, but 10 seconds behind Pokiavicius in 3rd, so it will be very difficult for him. Here he goes. Very difficult for him to catch Pokiavicius in 3rd. There is some 10 seconds. Fight back, and I will think it's impossible. But anyway, you never don't know in those conditions on a slippery track. If Pokiavicius makes a mistake, it's not impossible Messenger to end up on the podium when black falls. Riga is currently 6th, and Karl Lang, another Estonian driver, has climbed from 12th to 7th. So good progress for him as well. And Klepikas has fallen out. He's currently the last one on the track. More precisely, it looks like he has retired probably.
GT4 car, so please tell me a couple words before the race.
Pretty excited right now. Obviously very scared because of the rain. For first time driving on rain with this car. But everything else, I think there's a chance I will be first.
At least I hope that we can find, or he can find sometimes near time like it was yesterday, 1:10, 1:36, because today we have totally different conditions, and let's see what we can get from that race and from this race.
And back to the BMW race. After 7 laps, Meilands was even closer to Žiedas once again, but Leo Messenger has set the fastest lap and he's closing in to Povilas Bogdanovich in 3rd. But yes, he's closing in, he's faster, but only by just. So Bogdanovich should be safe in 3rd, with just 6.5 minutes to go. His main task now is to stay on track. And there is yellow flag between turns 5 and 6. And usually it means that somebody is off track there. Meilands still together after 8 laps. Separated by 0.8 seconds. Bogdanovich is now some more than 11 seconds, but Messenger, I would say it's almost hopeless, despite him being the fastest driver on the track currently. His task is now rather keep Gaidulonis behind than to try and catch Bogdanovich. Here comes Messenger, and Gaidulonis not very close, in very close proximity, but still, if Messenger messes up in front, then Gaidulonis can take this 4th place back. Messenger, of course, being very experienced driver, the 325 Cup in champion in 2023. Last year he drove mainly Porsche Cup cars. Now back in BMWs again, and as you can see, he has lost nothing of his sharpness. Didn't take part in qualifying yesterday, but here are the leaders completing their 9th lap and separated this time by 1.3 seconds, but those few tenths here and there, they are not so important. And looks like Meilands is not going to attack Žiedas. Let's see, we saw a similar situation in the previous race in BTCs, where Kairo Kallas kept his 2nd place for quite long, but then made an attack and took the victory there. Let's see how it pans out here. But this is battle for 6th. Karol Vika, Karl Lang. Then there is Kirsti Augavins, who has overtaken Emilia Ulvidaite. group of, and is it? Yeah, it's Lang who are trying to wrestle 6th position away from Riga with Daugavic just behind that. Ulvidaite has lost one more position to Villeneuve. Olivier Villeneuve is in that car without, not without, but with damaged air bumper. And Klepika's car is that one which is causing yellow flag at turn 6, so you can't overtake the post under yellow flag. And this is Villeneuve who is now attacking Daugavic. And Gaidulonis has closed in here as well. Vika group for battle for 6 between 5 cars. And then there is another battle, 2 lady drivers, one after another. Emilia Ulvidaite currently in 10th and Erika Arkušauskaite in 11th, but they are separated by quite a lot, some 5 seconds. Vika still holding 6th. While Daugavic has been attacked by Villeneuve. Villeneuve was on the inside through turn 1 but couldn't complete his maneuver. And Vika is doing well as well to keep his 6th. Erlang has not been able to make any inroads. Overtaking not allowed in turn 6 as there is still weaved yellow flag, but they are going uphill towards turn 7 and Daugavic is looking to the inside of Lang but get some slide and has to give up. Meanwhile, Meilands and Meilands are over the line already after 11 laps and have started a final lap with 1.2 seconds gap. Bonkavic is still firmly in 3rd, but Messenger is in 4th, but yeah, Daugavic went straight through the Latvian chicane and probably something has happened to his car because he's still moving but very slowly. So yellow flag is out here as well. But the timing shows that Messenger is just 1.5 seconds behind Bonkavic, so the battle for... Yeah, Bonkavic certainly has been off somewhere because he has lost quite a lot of time. And Messenger is on the verge of making 3rd. Here is the battle for 6th with Vika still in 6th, but Lang all over him in 7th. Meanwhile, Meilands and Meilands should be somewhere near the finish line. And Messenger has taken 3rd away from Bonkavic on the final lap. So Leo Messenger, who started from the 13th position, dead last, was on the grid, is now in 3rd. It was seemingly hopeless mission just a few minutes ago, but Bonkavic, who had held 3rd from, and Messenger was very sideways through turn 9. Can he keep it together? Meanwhile, leaders are already crossed the finish line, and Messenger still goes 3rd, and yes, he's 3rd. Bonkavic 4th, and Gaidulonis will be 5th. And can Vika keep his 6th from Lang? Yes, he could. So, and Villeneuve was 8th, Ulvidaite 9th, Arkušauskaite 10th, Horelix, who started from front row but went off in the beginning, was 11th, Daugavic, Jutsius, Stefanovic and Starkevičius. Starkevičius is still shown going. So yeah, Stefanovic 12th, Jutsius 13th, Starkavicius should be 14th, and Daugavic seemingly retired on the final lap. Yes, we saw him going very slowly over the line, and looks like it was as far as he got. And this is Klepika's car again in the gravel, not in the same place as during the warm-up lap, but a few hundred meters later, still the outcome is the same. First time he was lucky to be towed out and allowed to take his place on the grid. This time he is out of the race. And flatbed cars are sent out, and probably Daugavic's car is somewhere at the region of turn 10. Anyway, this was BMW 325 Cup Race 1, won by Aurimas Mistautas. Ragnar Sivoland took second, losing his pole position, but he was only 1.5 seconds behind. And Leo Messenger, with his final lap move, went up to third.
Water, wind, and it's like clue,
taking that position away from Paulius Balkavicius. Then top 6 were completed by Darius Kaidilopolis and Karol Vika. And now over to Pärnu. Let's hear what our fastest drivers have to say.
Time to count for Aurimas. Our huge congratulations to Aurimas Mistautas. You are our winner of our first race from you. So please tell us, of course, how it was for you.
Yeah, it was very slippery.
No camera here.
It was quite difficult to race because small mistake you can finish the race. So every time was on the concentrate to keep car on the track. So just like that.
But anyway, from fourth to first, well done. Let's continue in the same race later. So I hope that we can find another winners, because Aurimas Mistautas won in, of course, professional category. We can find here a couple another drivers. Let's see. So maybe driver number 3. Here's. So what we have here, driver number 3. Driver number 3. So So we can see even Leo Messenger. Leo, so Okay, so you need another boots for next race. So you started, I think, the last this time, but how it was for you?
I would say hell is the definition. In behind people there was so much water. You had to lift in straight line. You just didn't see anything. I mean, the usual thing on the right, but in the pack it's really difficult like that. So I guess I took my time to overtake one by one, and it appears I finished third, but I had no idea where I was. So it's a good surprise.
At least you finished, and I wish you good luck in the next race. Take my wave. So, okay, we have even one of the heroes of this race, you know. This is V1600 champion last year, and this is Ragnar Simulant. Ragnar, at least maybe you're a little bit disappointed right now, but anyway, you're the best from a rookie category, and you were second. But please tell how it was.
It was very, very slippery, obviously. But first time with this car in the wet, I think it's a good result.
Of course it's a good result, and I wish you the best of luck next time today in the next race. So maybe we can see just a couple racers, and let's go to another class. A lot of BMW cars. Today we have the main category, I must say, in Baltic region. So Masters category, as I can see, this is number 67, and our driver Darius. Okay, Darius, we need you. Darius, you are our winner of Masters class, so please tell how it. Okay, army of fans. So tell us how this race was hard for you.
For me, it's a very good race. I feel like a fish in the water. So for me, race in the water is very comfortable. Yeah.
Nice to hear it about of this race from our local hero, definitely. So please show low of this guy. Oh ho ho! What a race from Darius, and plus couple next cars. Of course, BMW. You can find a lot of cars here in our after race. Okay, even you know, you can see it almost incident after the race. Olivier, are you here? Okay, Olivier, you are our winner of gentleman class, so please tell how this race was hard for you.
Yeah, very hard because a lot of rain. It was we can see nothing. It's a big fight. No, it was really interesting. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Of course, and yes, a lot of action. And we wish you good luck in the next race. Take my wave. So let's go to next cars. And I think that she is the fastest lady on the track, at least after this race. So here we have a driver number 411, and Emilia Olvedaita. Please tell me how it was for you, how hard this race was for you.
It was very hard. I am tired from this race. Then from all the trainings I did yesterday, and the wet track, it requires skills, and I need to learn more of those wet track skills because the car was like this. Yeah,
like
so,
boat, I think.
Yeah. So it was not easy, but I managed to drive the car safely here. So.
And right now it's all about confidence for next race, and we wish you good luck. Take my wave. So see you, and let's go to the next race. By the way, you can see
So here we go. The next race will be for BGT PRO, BGT AM and BTC4. The fastest cars on the track they should be, and looks like we have 8 cars on the grid. We should have 9, but defending champion Jyrki Jönkäri from Finland had a crash during practices, so his car got quite a lot of damage, and I think he's not here. So if we had only BMWs in the previous race, we have no BMWs in this one, because Jönkäri should have been the sole BMW. He's away. Anyway, number 4, Tomas Rudokas in Porsche Cayman GT4 was the fastest man yesterday in the qualification by quite a margin, but by 1.4 seconds. Tomas Rudokas was 1.5 seconds faster than Egidius Gelunas, who is starting from P2 in his Ginetta G56. Then second row, number 180, Gediminas Baksis, the sole BGT Pro. No, actually there are 2 BGT Pro cars. Baksis was the fastest one, and together with him in the second row is number 15, Lithuanian racing legend Ramonas Čapkauskas in Cupra Leon, which is actually a TCR car. Then third row, number 7, Paulius Urbanavicius, and number 59, Vitas Savolis. Urbanavicius. Now over to Pavlo.
GT4 car. Of course, you can see a lot, I hope, of confidence in this young eyes. Anyway, local star of today. Maybe the last couple of words, we have time for it. I hope so. So, Thomas, again, tell us something before the race. How this track looks like?
Right now, pretty nice. Just wet. Was sure there's gonna be like wet spots, like very wet spots where we can crash, but there's not. So I think it will be pretty nice.
Yes, we all hope that these conditions will be better for these drivers for this time. And we can see another driver from position number 2, still row number 1, and this is Egidius, and his surname Gelunas. So, Egidius, how's going?
Okay.
Maybe a couple of words. You can say your own.
I cannot hear.
Okay, he can't hear us. Of course, it's very hard to hear because it's a helmet on the hand, and the driver, of course, needs some maybe confidence, some concentration for the next race. And we can find, I think, some like 6-7 minutes before the start. Another Lithuanian driver. And this amazing car, very interesting to see all these wide bodies, rear spoilers, amazing cars, of course. And this is Gediminas Baksis from Lithuania, of course. So row number 2, and amazing, I think, Cupra car. So we have 5 doors of this car, but anyway, the main door is a door for our driver. In this case, Ramonas Čapkauskas. Ramonas, can you hear me? Okay, maybe you can say something. Yeah. Okay, just a couple words, maybe in your own language, if you want.
Sveiki visi, labai džiaugiuosi, kad šiandien važiuosime atnaujintai trasoje. Tas labai džiugina, nes man yra šitie metai yra 30. Aš 1995 metais pirmą kartą startavau šitoj trasoje su formulė. Dabar praėjo tiek metų ir smagu, kad Nemuno Žiedas pasikeitė galų gale ir tikiuosi, kad ateityje mes turėsime vis daugiau automobilių ir gerų lenktynių čia Nemuno Žiede. O visiems savo konkurentam linkiu šiandieną sėkmės.
So ačiū. And we have still 4 drivers. Again, amazing car. Another, I think, local hero, of course, because he's from Lithuania, and Paulius Urbanavičius. He don't want to be seen, you know. Another Porsche Cayman car, driver Vidas Samuolis. As you can see, this central name and surname from his car. Another participant. Okay, we have 3 minutes, so just a couple drivers. Looks like Audi we have, another Lithuanian driver. So this is car number 16, and Aivaras Remeika. So amazing car again. And Volkswagen Polo, of course, like you know, World Rally Champion, but in Baltic Touring Car Championship. But anyway, Rolandas Salis, this driver. So looks like we have some like 2 minutes before the start, and it's a good idea to see all this starting grid from the end to the front, and let's get out from the track because it's time to race. So again, we can see a couple cars from the end to the front. So Rolandas Salis and Aivaras Remeika, then another line, and this is Vidas Samuolis and Paulius Urbanavičius, then car number 15, Ramūnas Čapkauskas and Gediminas Bakšis, and finally maybe the main idea to understand who will be first in the first corner of the race. So Egidijus Gelūnas or Tomas Rudokas. So our commentators, it's your turn.
Thank you, Paula, and everything seems to be ready for the 20-minute race. It's quite interesting to see how different cars are here in this race. Porsche Cayman has mid-mounted engine and rear-wheel drive, of course. Then we have 2 Ginettas and Nissan, which are front-engined and rear-wheel drive cars. And then there are Cupra Leon, Audi A3 and Volkswagen Golf, which are front-engined and front-wheel drive cars. And Volkswagen, meanwhile, are, you can say, they are modified ECR cars, while Aivaras Audi A3, which we have seen for many years in Baltic series, is basically a self-built one. And yes, Jyrki Jõnkari unfortunately is not present anymore after the crash in the training. So Rudokas was clearly... there is red flag, and I think we couldn't see Gelūnas going through turn 1, which means probably either if he's gone off or something has happened with his car, but red flag is definitely out. So it means the starting procedure, which has just begun with the warm-up lap, will be stopped. Yes, red flags are everywhere. So what has happened to Gelūnas? Was he too hot on his cold tires? It can very easily happen. We saw with BMWs that 2 drivers went off on lap 1. And something similar has obviously happened here as well. So unfortunately another delay. So the cars will now return on the starting grid and stop in their respective grid boxes and wait for the track to be cleared. From this view, we couldn't see what has happened to Galunas, but he's certainly missing because he should be between Rudokas and BaTCC. And yes, he's in turn 10, which is the first turn after the start finish straight. We couldn't see the car behind the ground bank, but the flatbed truck is there, and flatbed truck is out only when some car needs to be rescued. The question is how much his car is damaged. We saw in BMWs that Henrikas Klepikas, who went to the gravel on the warm-up lap, was able to take the start, although he went in the gravel in the race as well, and then he was forced to retire. But it shouldn't take long. And there are track workers with brushes. It means that there was some gravel on the track as well. So our grid is decimated by one more car. Instead of 8, we probably will have just 7 cars, although the state of Keluna's car is not certain. We know the car is off track, maybe in the gravel or on the grass, but while flatbed is out and the car will be pulled onto it, I suspect Kelunas is not able to take start for race 1 in BT. And what a shame, of course, because if you have so few cars, and he was one of the fastest actually. And looking at the qualifying times, Kelunas, BaTCC and Čapkauskas were separated in the qualification of the dry track, of course, by less than 1/10, actually by 500ths. So they were more or less at the same speed, exactly the same speed over one lap, while Rudokas was clearly faster, and other drivers, all the other drivers were a little bit slower. So one of contenders has already fallen the victim of conditions. Looks like it's not raining anymore, but temperature is rather low at Kačergine, and track will probably not dry out. Also, the weather forecast tells us that towards the evening there may be even some sunshine and rain should stop. Actually, it is probably stopped already. There should be no rain starting from 2 o'clock. It will be midday in 5 minutes, so it will dry up a little bit, but considering the temperature of 7 or 8 degrees, probably it's not going to dry out even for the endurance race, which should start at 6 o'clock. Now hearing those signals, that Ginetta is now on the flatbed truck. Track is cleared. We still wait for the safety car to return to the start-finish area, and then on with our proceedings, namely with warm-up and formation lap for BGT and BTC4 cars. Yeah, here's the weather, actual weather as well, 7.54 degrees. Forecast is for rain, but for some rain, and sun peeking behind the clouds as well. So the weather is improving a little bit. At least it's not raining anymore. And while cars are going through the puddles, the standing water hopefully will disappear as well. Also, this picture from turn 6 and 7 tells you that there is still some drizzle and quite a lot of water on the track. From the outside, this car looks quite good. But what is certain is that Guidos Kelunas will not be able to start race 1, where he should have taken position in the front row. Yeah, but that's motor racing. It's of course pity to retire the race on the first turn on your warm-up lap, but we have seen similar things even in Formula 1, which is the pinnacle of motor racing in the world. Even the best racing drivers on our planet sometimes make similar mistakes. So also this is very painful for Kelunas. He's at least in good company. Think about yesterday in Miami, where Charles Leclerc went into the barrier or in the wet, also on the warm-up lap. Oh yeah, things like that simply happen. Rolando Salis in number 95 Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR is the last in the starting formation. Now the warm-up lap is almost completed. Interesting, they are going through the chicane. This warm-up lap is the same for everybody, and they have to form the starting grid on the track. That is why formation lap is there in first place. So Thomas Rudokas will now be the only car in the front row who is Gediminas Ktakšis and Ramonas Čapkauskas in second row, Paulius Urbanavičius and Vidas Samuolis in third row, and Aivaras Remeika and Rolandas Salis in fourth. All drivers Lithuanian. All Lithuanian affair had Jyrki Jänkäri, last year champion. BGT AM champion should have been, Finland should have been the only non-Lithuanian here. As I have already mentioned, he traveled home after practice 1 because his car was too damaged. Now cars going through turn 6, then uphill over the crest through turn 7, which is the probably the most tricky part on this track, especially in this weather on the But from this picture you can see that rain is still on. It has not finished. Now over the crest of turn 7 here, now turn 8, and Rudokas, indeed, the sole car in row 1. He should be in a class of his own. It's a different game on wet track, but still his advantage yesterday was 1.5 seconds per 1 lap. So given he stays on the track, he must be the fastest one. The main thing is to have a good start. And here we go. Number 4 Porsche Cayman is the leader. Who takes the second at start? Looks like Paksis is still in front. Yes, he is in front of Čapkauskas. But it is Čapkauskas who tried into turn 3. Okay, maybe not he tried, but at least he showed his intentions, and Urbanavičius is also with them. And Urbanavičius, is he going to overtake Čapkauskas? Okay, maybe not this time. The 4 are in the same succession as they started, but Čapkauskas is all over Paksis and looking for a place where he can jump his countryman. And Urbanavičius is closing in once again. And Rudokas is very careful here. Čapkauskas takes second when accelerating out of the chicane. Rudokas has been very careful, and that's the reason why Čapkauskas and Paksis were less than second behind them after lap 1. But now Čapkauskas is all over Rudokas already, and is he going? No, not yet. But Čapkauskas' intentions are clear. He wants to take the lead away from Rudokas on the dry track. He wouldn't be able to do it, but on the slippery wet asphalt, it's a completely different game. And now they are not side by side, at least there was some overlap, but Čapkauskas, I think, is going to take the lead. Can he stay on the track? And Čapkauskas is the new leader. And Rudokas is going to lose at least one more position, so Ramūnas Čapkauskas has taken the lead away from Tomas Rudokas, and Rudokas has fallen to 4th. Probably he was a little bit too cautious during lap 1. But Čapkauskas made quite a forceful move. I can't say if there was a contact or not, but what is clear is that Čapkauskas is our new leader. Meanwhile, Paksis and Urbanavičius are staying with him. Rudokas is dropping away, and Urbanavičius now overtook Paksis into turn 2, and he's going after Čapkauskas. Spray on the track, so which means track is still very wet. Urbanavičius is faster than Čapkauskas, but in these conditions I would think his drive easier car is a little bit easier to drive than rear-wheel drive Ginetta. But meanwhile, Urbanavičius is now in front of Čapkauskas already, so second lap will be completed in few seconds. So the third lap will be completed. Now it is completed, and Paulius Urbanavičius is the new leader. So 3 laps and 3 different leaders during those laps, and Urbanavičius now is pulling away already. Čapkauskas seemingly has no answer for him. Should be concerned about Bakshis taking his second place away, and Rudokas still in the picture, but probably not for the win. Urbanavičius is going his way already. 0.8 seconds in front of Čapkauskas when they crossed the line, and here you can see it through turn 6 and 7 how different lines they are taking. Of course, cars are also different, but Rudokas is clearly closing into Čapkauskas and Bakshis. But Bakshis using his better top speed and overtook Čapkauskas, but they both went straight through the chicane. And I guess Rudokas also somewhat the markers there. And yes, Rudokas is now just behind Bakshis. Ooh, and Bakshis is back in second. Bakshis is now back in second, but Urbanavičius has a lead. More than 4 seconds already. It was 3.6 on the line, but he's taking out already. You will see him only at the finish. But he has had some clash. Front right corner was damaged, if I saw correctly. And now Rudokas is all over Čapkauskas. Čapkauskas' front-wheel driven car had a better tire warm-up, so he could take the lead on the... Yeah, and yes, it is probably leader Urbanavičius who hit those markers at the chicane, and his car is now losing speed, certainly. He lost about 1.5 seconds to Urbanavičius during lap 5. So Bakshis has all the chances to take the victory here. And our apologies for this still frame. Rain has spoiled a lot of things. Also our connection to cameras, but no, Urbanavičius has regained his speed. Bakshis is not closing in anymore, but Rudokas has overtaken Čapkauskas, and he is now at least in third, while Čapkauskas is dropped back to fourth. And Urbanavičius just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:21.2, and he regained what he lost on the previous lap, that 1.5 seconds. So despite that broken front right corner, which certainly affects aerodynamics of his car. He's still going faster than anyone. And Chapkauskas has completely lost his speed. He's not keeping up with Rudokas anyway anymore. But the question is if Rudokas can catch BaTCC. We still have more than 10 minutes to go, which means we are even not halfway. And this is Aivaras Remeika moving very slowly. Towards turn 5, and I think his race is over. The temporary chicane area on the right side, so he can stop his car there. Meanwhile, this is leader Paulius Urbanovic, who's having completed 7 laps and is going faster and faster, which of course means that the track conditions are improving. He was about 1 second faster this time, 1:20.5, while the previous lap was 1:21.5, and BaTCC also covered the lap in 1:20.9, so pace is improving as are track conditions. But Rudokas is clearly not getting closer to BaTCC. So Urbanovičius, BaTCC, Rudokas is currently top 3, and all signs showing they will remain in this order if only they manage to stay on the track for the remaining 9 minutes. Remeika has got up to the speed again. Although he is now lapped by leaders, but he's still going. And Urbanovičius is clearly not backing off. We saw him sliding through turn 6. He was a little bit down compared to his fastest lap, but still going very fast, clearly faster than anyone else on the track. But no. BaTCC has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.3. So the gap between the first two is going up and down here and there. Still, Urbanovičius has 5 seconds at hand over BaTCC, with Rudokas another 8.5 seconds behind. Now Salis is being lapped by the leader. The interesting thing is that Chapkauskas, who is now in 4th, is being caught by Vidas Samuolis. Samuolis last time was almost 2 seconds faster than Chapkauskas, and the gap being in the reach of 10 seconds. Actually, it's probably too much for Samolis to catch Čapkauskas, but we will see. In the motor racing, anything can happen until the checkered flag is shown. Paulius Urbanavičius just had his personal best lap, only a few hundreds behind BaTCC overall fastest lap. They are both in 120s now. Rudokas in the third, with a lap of 121.8, so he's clearly slower. And yes, it's experience which is counting. This time around, Samolis lost out a little bit. Let's see. Yes, Samolis lost out a little bit to Čapkauskas. So probably their positions are guaranteed as well. But let's see, there is 4.5 minutes to go. Track is still slippery. You must be very careful. And we saw in the interviews after BMW race, I think it was Leo Messenger who said that you have to be concentrated every second, all the time through the checkered flag. Otherwise, you may find yourself somewhere in the gravel, or the worst case scenario in the barriers. "12 laps are now completed by the leaders, and Urbanavičius last time around made it in under 120, and he now sets new fastest lap time 1:19.108. But BaTCC is not far back. He lost only less than 2/10, also in 1:19s now. There is no standing water anymore on the apexes of turns 3 and 4, although still quite strong rooster tail behind the car, which tells us that tarmac is still very wet, but in this part of track, turns 6 and 7, it is probably the wettest part of track currently. While the track is drying a little bit, it's still far from dry, and probably won't be dry, at least during the sprint races. We will see. 2 more minutes to go. Leaders have completed 13 laps, and Urbanavičius has a lead of 9.4 seconds over BaTCC. Rudokas in third is further 14 seconds down the road. And Čapkauskas, despite being a little bit slower on some laps compared to Samolis, is still keeping his 4th position after leading lap 1. Final minute of the race is underway, and while leader Paulius Urbanovičius is completing his 14th lap, I can tell you that the 15th one, which he just started, will be the final in this race. And his lead over BaTCC they're not in the same picture even anymore. Now it is now going over the crest in turn 7. Just a few hundred meters to go him, and then checkered flag will be shown to Paulius Urbanovičius as a race winner in BGT and BTC4 race. No, the final lap is now only. No, it's not. Timing screen shows that, yes. Sorry for messing it up, but Paulius Urbanovičius has taken the checkered flag as a winner. Gediminas BaTCC. I guess something has happened to his car, because he lost full 8 seconds during the final lap to the winner. But anyway, BaTCC took second and Rudokas was third. Čapkauskas still has some way to go. Now he's over the line as well in 4th. Then Salis, who is lap down, is 6th. Remake also lap down is 7th, and Samolis should cross the finish line in a few seconds as well, and he takes 5th. So that was it. And we have now only one first sprint races remaining. It is for BMW Turbo Cup, although we are a little bit behind our schedule due to all those delays. Paulius Urbanovičius is returning to the pits. Is he going onto the scales? No. He's shown his way to the Parc Fermé, and hopefully we will have an interview with him. Pablo is already waiting there.
Yes, he is our winner. Are we ready? So, as you can see, our winner of this race, and oh, what a damage of the front wheel of the car. But let's see celebration of our local hero, of course, Paulius Urbanovičius, and winner of class BGT AM. So the fastest lap today, 1:19.108, so 7 seconds slower. But please say a couple words about your laps and this race.
It was actually quite intense race, because in the beginning it was very wet and we were in a close pack, so it was hard to get how to drive, and because we didn't have any practice on the wet. But after a couple of laps we get into pace, and the track actually dried out quite much, and it was easier to drive afterwards. made a couple of mistakes, not a big ones, but very visual, we can say so. And I'm very happy with the result.
Very well done, Paulus. Anyway, it looks like, you know, lightweight car right now you have. And take my wave. See you later, of course, in the next race. And let's find another winner in BGT PRO 180. This car. So this is Gediminas Bakshis. Where are you? Gediminas? Oh, yes. At least you are our winner in BGT Pro class. Please tell a couple words about your race.
My race, actually, it was my first race on the wet. So I think I did quite good. I'm happy. At the first beginning, it was quite intensive. But later, it's quite... I managed to feel the car and I was just going to a finish line.
And I must say, your car looks amazing with all this rear spoiler, white body. Well done. Let's continue in the same way. See, of course. So we can see a couple another drivers like Tomas Rudokas. Yesterday he was the fastest man on track, but today maybe it's not so easy to drive in this type of conditions. Earlier today was really wet track, right now it's better conditions, and maybe after a couple hours we can see another results from these cars. And it's good idea to go to our next race, fifth race of the day. By the way, these cars looks amazing. Volkswagen Polo, Cupra, Audi. With a traditional body kit, I must to say.
So here we go again, this time with another BMW class, BMW Turbo Cup, which is a very new class in BaTCC this year. And compared to BMW 325 Cup, it's a generation newer cars, first of all. They have not 6-cylinder but 4-cylinder engines and turbocharged. That's a big difference, and it of course means that they have more power, 258 horsepower instead of 218, and 400 newton meters of torque. And one of the most surprising things probably is that they have also the production gearbox, which is not the manual H pattern, but semi-automatic. Of course, it has special software for racing, but still more modern cars. They can be used maybe not everywhere in the world, but in many racing series in Europe. You can basically take this car and enter Nürburgring endurance races without doing any big modification to the cars. And now over to Pablo.
And finally we can see our pole sitter from the last race of our morning. And it will be BMW Turbo Cup. All cars BMW 330 G20 this generation, and our pole sitter number 17 and Artyom's Kochla Mazashvili, Latvian driver. He was quick enough, you know, in his first attempt yesterday, and decided that he didn't need more laps, so his position very deserved number 1 from this race. So next car, number 700, and Mantas Jasulevicius on this car. Then it's first row, another one, car number 22, we can see Artur Sarma and Algirdas Gelzinis. Then number 7, Brynjulfur Torkelsson, Tadas Kaminskas, and the last car number 6, Jon Palmason. So we have couple drivers from Iceland and traditional competition between Latvian and Lithuanian drivers. this club?
No, I'm an organizer of this event actually.
So, hello, our dear my spectators. We can see and talk with Rim with us. He is from Lithuanian Porsche Club, one of the friends, not just like partners of our Stateta Bro Grand Prix in Kaunas. So please talk or say a couple words about your club, about how it works and how it all began.
Okay. First, thank you that we invited in this event, because I raced many years before at the same championship, also with this TCR car. And now I'm trying to introduce my colleagues from Porsche Club to this racing event, Baltic Endurance Championship and Baltic Touring Car Championship. So organizers invited us to have like a small event, to like track day, and we registered all possible Porsches that we have. We have actually about 200 members. So all registration was just swiped away in 2 hours. And all the people very interested in that, just to drive on this track. Because before, Kaunas racetrack was not so very good and safe for the faster cars. Now it looks better. So yeah, everyone very interested in that, and we will hope we have good fun here. And about club, yeah, so it's official Porsche club that's registered in the register of all world Porsche clubs. And Porsche Club Lithuania is not so completely open club. First, you must prove that you totally, like I say, Porsche freak, that you're living this car, you're living these family values, and we're trying to introduce people to look at the Porsches in a bit different way. So not only like a road car, but to understand how good this car is on the racetrack. So we're using all possible opportunities to get the time on the racetrack. We're driving in Bikernieki, in Pärnu, in Poland. We're also communicating with Porsche clubs from overlands. And now we started this year, it's very new, also Porsche Club Lithuania Ladies. So now we're inviting also girls who have Porsches, who are interested in Porsches, to start with us. And yeah, we maybe will be at these events more often.
From me, I must say that it's really nice idea to see 992 GT3 RS. I saw the last classic shape car 993. So, by the way, what's the oldest car you have in your club?
Actually, in our club is the first 1911 RS. So it's standing in museum in Vilnius, but I think next time we will bring this car, because we just bring it this year from England. And this is 2 of the remaining first 911s that raced on the racetrack. So at this time we just covered more trucks, all cars, possible generations. You see 997 RS, it was specially bought because possible was another S, 944 S. So actually all these cars very different, because people in club, they have not only one car, and mostly when you're going to racetracks, they bring us all faster cars. Now we're not racing, we're just making like more fun, so there's different cars. So it's for the spectators, I think, more interesting to have more cars than only RSs or GT3s.
And yes, and later, a little bit later, we can see all these 911s on this track, as I can, at least as I know, and I hope that all our spectators will get some fun moments. So thanks for being with us, and see you later. And we have another winner. Fifth race of the day. Final race of this morning. And he is Algirdas Gelžinis. He is here, our winner, inaugural category BMW Turbo Cup. Please tell me, Algirdas, how it was behind the wheel?
It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. And the competitors very aggressive. This is very, very aggressive. Too much. I think Latvian guys is always like this.
Maybe you can...
That's why we like the Latvian.
Okay, yes. Maybe you can see a couple of words for your native spectators and fans in Lithuanian.
Ačiū visiems.
Very simple. Thanks a lot, yes? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Very well done. And of course, we wish you the best of luck in the next race. See you, of course. So it was race number 5 for this morning. And we will see later more action on the track. So conditions will be another, I hope, more maybe drier. And our dear commentators, please just talk with our public, our spectators on your TV, YouTube channels. Thanks. So we're week with our drivers. On the first line, Marks Matveyevs and Yanis Straupe, 52 and 7 cars. Then number 111, Nauris Agafonovs, and near him Emils Daugavinch, number 19, and his father, Jens. So then car number 37, Viesturs Ozols, near Raimonds Tsatsurs, car number 69, nice Mini. By the way, car number 99, another Mini, Anya Anna Vitinia. Then car number 11, Suzuki Swift, as you can see, Arvids Rumbans. Then another driver, car number 3, Arturs Lochs from Latvia. Then car number 6, Sandis Laube. Car number 18, Roberts Ozolinch. And then number 23, we can see Krister Salins. Then our debutant, car number 54, Luka Roberts. Then car number 27, we can see Andis Meilands, and then two drivers, car number 84, Arturs Danilevskis, and car number 60, Karlis Skirmanis. So it's some like 1-2 minutes and we will go. So our dear commentators, please.
but formation lap. They are all lined up. They will take their 2x2 grid spots in few next seconds, and then when they arrive to the start-finish area, they must be in 2x2 formation for their 15 minutes lap, 15 minutes race. First race was won by Artur Stanilevski's. The track was completely wet there, and the Falcon tires of slower ABC cars were working better. Actually, it was not surprise, everybody knew it, and Stanilevski's managed to beat Marek Matveyev's, who was winner in V1600s, which should be much faster under normal conditions. But track is not completely dried out now, but it's much better, in much better condition. So most probably V1600 cars will have upper hand, and Matveyevs shares the front row with Jānis Straupe, who had an off during the first race, but his lap time was good enough to give him a position in the front row of the grid. Then the second row, Nauris Agafonovs, Semis Daugavins, third row, Vesturs Ozols, Raimos Tsatsurs, and fourth row, Jana Vitina and Arvids Rumbens, and then all the ABC cars. And now everything is ready for the start. And here we go. And Matthias duly takes the lead again. Oh, and it was number 19, Emil Staugovic, who was punted into the wall or into the bank, at least off the road, that's for sure. We couldn't see what happened later, but he was certainly off. Red flag, yes, it was serious crash, and the racing is cancelled. Cars must now return to the start-finish area, to their grid spots. So yes, things like that can happen on the first seconds of the race. There was certainly a contact, and it looks like that Daugovic was the victim of it, but who were involved remains to be seen. Anyway, a rescue car is on the site already. Actually, it was very close to the start anyway, so it was not a long way. In this situation, even if the speed is not that high, if you go sideways and hit something, it's very easy to roll the car. Anyway, this first start attempt is now cancelled. Daugovic probably is not able to take the second attempt, but it remains to be seen. We haven't seen his car. But deciding on the fact that red flag was almost instantly out, they don't do it without serious purpose, without serious reason. Now all the cars are returned and taking once again their grid spots. And yes, now this is a rescue car. Men with brushes are also in the action. Hopefully there is not big damage. And yes, there is a ground bank and the rescue car is already leaving. It means we can hope for quite soon resuming the race. We had few delays in the morning as well due to the rain. Actually not due to the rain, but due to the fact that the track was very slippery because of rain and the drivers went off on warm-up laps already. But this time it was a little different story. Contact during the start phase of the race, and here we now are. Actually, Marek Matveyevs, who was the winner in V1600, got 5-second penalty from race 1 for cutting the track and gaining an advantage, but those 5 seconds were not significant. Yeah, it's Dagovic's car is back near the pits, but he's not going to take his grid spot, it seems. Oh, it's a shame, of course. And Matveyevs, yes, got a 5-second penalty for cutting track and gaining advantage. And there was another driver who was penalized as well. It was number 3 ABC driver Artur Slots. And he was found guilty of overtaking under double waved yellow flags, which is a serious offense. And he was moved back in the starting grid by 3 spots. So that's it. First attempt to start this race was not successful. Hopefully the second one will be better. Everything seems to be ready for that. And yes, lead car already took off. And so Marek Matveyevs and Janis Raupe will still start from the front row. Nauris Agafonovs still keeps his P3 at start, but Emil Staugovic, who was supposed to start from 4th position, here his car is hastily repaired with some duct tape. You see, front bumper is attached to the car, and he's probably going to start from the pit lane, which means everybody will pass the start, will cross the start line, and only then he will be able to take to the track. But anyway, at least he will be able to race. That's the most important thing, even if hopes for a good position are more or less gone. And the weather forecast says that probably there will be a slight drizzle at about 5 o'clock. Other than that, the weather should remain dry. And dry line has emerged on the track as well here in turn 6. You can clearly see on the outside of the road, and here on the inside through turn 8. So track is improving, has improved already, and is improving still. The more cars drive on the track, the better the conditions will be. Now second warm-up lap is over and second formation lap has begun. Under normal circumstances, under which I mean dry track, V1600 cars must be much faster than ABCs, but on the wet track there's difference in tires. Both classes have their different spec tires, and those Falcons which are used by ABC are more like usual street tires, and they have worked quite well in the wet conditions as well. But semi-slicks, non-conc semi-slicks, which are used by V1600s and most of the other classes, they are, as I told, semi-slicks, and even if you can drive on them in the wet weather, their grip is really poor, and therefore the weaker ABC race cars were able to go much faster when track was wet, but it's not the case anymore. Now the formation is almost there, while cars are approaching turn 7. Number 84, Artur Stanilevskis, was the winner of race 1. Now he's starting from the penultimate position, thanks to the draw. But let's see what he can do on the, not dry, but let's say drying track. Just a few hundred meters to the start line, and then we can go with the second sprint races. Red lights are still on, and here we go. Looks like Matveyevs is still in front. Yes, he is. Straupe still in second, but Agafonov tries to overtake him around the outside. Straupe keeps inside for the turn number 1 as well, while Matveyevs is already checking out. But can Agafonov go around the outside? No, he can't. Track is a little bit damp there, while the inside the normal racing line is much drier now. And last year vice champion Viestur Ozols looks like he's in 4th, yes, number 37. And over the crest they go, turn 7, and top 4 have got some advantage already over the rest. Well, it's a significant advantage, I would say, because number 11 Arvids Rumbens in his Suzuki Swift is at least 3 seconds behind Ozols already. And again, Agafonov's all over Straupe through turn 10. And Ozols firmly in this company as well. Matveyevs has some 1.5 seconds, and whoa, it's not that easy, because Because Ozols was even faster than Agafonovs through turn 1. And Agafonovs had to defend, which meant that Strauper now has some breathing space. And there is yellow flag between turns 5 and 6. At least it was Weave's yellow flag. And yes, there is a car on the outside. I can't tell you which car, but there is probably not here. Has gone off in turn 6. And now with 2 laps completed, Matveyevs has set the fastest lap, and Strauper is now 2.3 seconds behind. Meanwhile, Agafonovs and Ozols are still battling for 3rd. That's the most interesting battle here. Similar cars from the same JV Academy team. And now, given they use the dry line which has emerged, they must be much faster than they were in the morning. And yes, Vitina's car is in the background in the gravel, and she couldn't free the car from there under its own power. Agafonovs is now again closer to Strauper than he was at the beginning of the lap. But generally it looks like Strauper has got better exit from the final chicane. Let's see how it pans out this time. Yes. Yes, Strauper is still in front, but again, Ozols had even better exit than Agafonovs, and they are almost side by side. Ozols shows himself on the outside, but on the drying track you can't overtake on the outside into turn 1. Matthias, we can tell now, has checked out already. Strauper in second is more than 3 seconds behind him. And again has got some breathing space, but not that much. I'm sure that Agafonovs and Ozols will catch him towards the end of this lap. And looking at the lap times, Matveyevs until now has been the only one in 28s, 128.685. Not the only one, Ozols was actually also in 128s. While Strauper was the slowest of top 4 drivers. But he's still in second, largely thanks to Ozols, who tries to overtake Agafonovs, but has not been able until now. We haven't seen any serious attempts even. Agafonovs has for several times has got close to Strauper, but nothing like even starting an overtaking maneuver we haven't seen yet. And now Strauper has got larger breathing space than ever. And Agafonovs is still in front of Ozols. They are again, umpteenth time, closing in to Strauper. through turn 6 and 7. This is what V1600 stands for. Cars are more or less equal, and it means we get quite interesting races now. Straupe was a little bit sideways through the chicane, and it means Agafonovs is once again all over him as they go through turn 10, but no overlap. And you can't outbrake your rival here. And Agafonovs went a little bit wide when entering the corner, and it means he didn't present any danger to Straupe. Straupe didn't need to cover his line. But how long can Straupe stay in front of Agafonovs and Ozols? There is still 6.5 minutes to go from this 15 minutes race. And these are our ABC race drivers. They are battling for their laurels. And Artur Stanilevski, as we see, has from the timing screen, has taken the lead once again. But this is for the lower positions. Karlis Skirmanis. All very similar Toyota Yarises, but with different colors. So if you know who, it's very easy to know who is who, even from the very long distance. Number 60, this green car is Karlis Skirmanis, for example. Here with the blue car was number Andris Missis. They go through turn 10-9. And it was low. Those two. Lodge now took another position. He was penalized, taken 3 positions back in starting order, so he must now fight back. And we have seen him taking 2 positions from Skirmanis first, and then now, and there was car standing on the side of the track before turn 1, and it was, I suspect, I can't tell you. So this is the battle for second in V1600 anyway. And nothing has changed here. Jānis Straupe is still second in front of Nauris Agafonovs and Viestus Ozols, and they are catching 1 back marker, which gives them away. But you can see that just out the racing line, the track is still very damp. There was some significant spray while the cars were on that damp part. So you must be really cautious not to drive on that part. And Matveyevs completes his 8th lap. Lead over Straupe has grown to, let's see, 4.5 seconds. And that is Renault Clio standing there on the side of the track, while these are ABC drivers again. Artus Lodge in front of this group. In front of Sandis Lauba and Karlis Girmanis. And seemingly Lodge is faster than his direct rivals, but not by much. Oh, and it is Straupe who made a mistake exiting turn 4, and he lost his speed for a moment, and both Agafonovs and Agafonovs and Ozols went by without doing anything. They just had to accept the gift Straupe presented them. But it's not over. There is still probably 2 laps to go. Yes, 2 more laps to go. Timer shows 1:35 something to go, but now the lap times are in 1:27s. So they have a lot of time to complete this lap and 1 more. But while those battling for second place in V1600s are catching slower ABC cars, it's a recipe for a big mess. Let's see what happens. Can they get by? No overtaking allowed here. You can't even overtake a car which is lapped down. Now they have passed the stranded car of Anja Vitinia. And Agafonos was really smart here. He put a car, at least momentarily, between himself and Ozols. Straupe lost even more time, so Straupe is now certainly out of the game for top 3 as they have started the final lap. But is it Agafonovs or last year vice champion Ozols who is going to take second place is the question. The problem is there are 2 stranded cars on the track, so 2 possible overtaking spots are taken away. Now Marek Svatev's lapped another ABC driver. He's on his final lap. Just a few more turns to go, and then it will be victory number 2 for him. And Agafonovs is still in front of Ozols, but quite surprisingly Straupe has closed in, but with just 1 more corner which requires braking in front of them. Here comes the winner. Marek Matvejev takes second victory in V1600s, and Agafonovs is second, Ozols third, and Straupe takes 4th. And the question about who is the winner in ABC race cars is almost certain. It's Artūras Danilevskis, number 84, who is leading that race. He still has some distance to go. So that was it. And that car is standing on the outside of turn 6, and there is raining. It's raining once again. I'm almost sure it was not raining when this race was started, but now on the background of that dark forest, you can see raindrops falling, which means conditions are getting trickier once again. No, that's it. That's it for ABC race and V1600 drivers. Marek Matveyevs and Artur Stanilevskis both took double victories in race 1 and race 2. And Janis Straupa, who lost a lap in race 1 when he went off, now held the second position for quite a long time, but then again made a slight mistake, lost momentum, and both Agafonovs and Ozols went by, and Straupa finished in 4th. But this is the winner, Marek Matveyevs. And quite remarkably, Emil Staugovic, who was involved in a collision during the first attempt to start the race, crossed the finish line in 6th position. Alright, he should have been much higher, but the fact in itself that he was able to start the race and more than that, finish the race on the lead lap, that's a good outcome for him, no doubt. And Pavlo is already in the Parc Fermé and ready to talk with the top drivers.
Emotional finish, you know, guys, from these two, Marek Matveyevs and now Risa Agafonovs. Yes, final congrats between these rivals on the track, but I hope really friends behind the track. So it's time to listen, Marks. You're our winner from this race in V1600. Please tell about your race this time, because first time it was, I think, like SIA swimming. Right now, I hope that conditions were better.
I'm very bad speak English.
Maybe in your own language.
Race very fun and wet.
Yes, you can say some words in your native language.
I don't know.
Latvian.
Latvian. Yeah, Latvian. Yes. Sorry, Russian maybe.
No, some words in Latvian.
Words?
Yes, about race.
About race. Forša tāda saspringta sacensība, jo mainīgi laikapstākļi un spriedze bija, jo bija vēl restarts, sarkanie karogi un dabūju iesvīst kārtīgi. Paldies.
Paldies. So it was race number 6 today, the last race of this category in ABC, in V1600, of course. Some photos for his, maybe some fans, of course, maybe for some rivals. So as we can see another cars of our drivers, at least Artur Stanilevskis, as I know, in car number 84, in that Peugeot 206, red and black Peugeot winner in ABC Pro, and maybe a couple another racers. So let's try to find someone at least. Okay, so we need another place. Maybe we can ask a couple words from Roberts Ozolinch. How's the race for you, buddy?
Crazy race. What can I say else? Close fighting, you know. I enjoyed it. It's a very nice start of the season. And yeah, sadly there was no rain. It only started now, but I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you too, so see you next time. And I think we have the best rookie, yes? Andis. Yeah, of course, Meilands. It's time, yes, to change some cartridge, yes, in your action camera. Okay, and let's talk about your race. How it was?
It was perfect. I think for me it was perfect because this is the first time I finished it. Kačerginė finished it first time. Yeah, this is the first time. Because 3 times there was all the time was rainy, and I slipped out.
Almost
so.
the same time.
Yeah, always this. But now, and when was when it doesn't rain, it was good.
You was quite lucky guy today.
Yeah.
So thank you and see you next time. Take my wave. So let's go to the next race, race number 7.
So the cars for the next race are already taking their positions on the starting grid, and it is for Baltic Touring Cars classes 1, 2, 3, or BTC1, BTC2, BTC3. We had first race today in the morning, and also BTC3 cars are the most powerful and should be faster, as it was very, very, very slippery and very wet during that race. The little bit slower cars of BTC2 were in the front. Actually, they took 4 highest places. The sole Estonian driver in this race, Kairo Kallas, was the winner in front of Lithuanians Agnius Narbutas, Kristupas Šablinskas and Tadas Petukauskas. And Andis Meilands, who finished 5th, was the winner in BTC3, and Lelda Jukamaa, who was overall 8th, she was the winner in BTC1. And as the rain has started again, as we heard from the interviews also, I think that those drivers in BTC2, especially Kallas and Petukauskas, who came from the very last position at the start to 4th, they may have some advantage this time. And looking at
we can see
times,
drivers from race number 7, or second race for them, of course, and pole sitter, our Estonian driver Kairo Kallas, and of course he already won first race. Let's see what will be next. So our row number 1, okay, some problems with headlamps, but anyway, it's not a big problem for our driver from Lithuania, Agnius Narbutas. So we need to wait, yes, maybe for better results, maybe a little bit less kilograms of this car, who knows. So our starting grid, and of course, every time nice to see these symbols, a lot of tanks, and Achu. So let's continue. Driver number 77, and of course his Honda, Kristupas Šablinskas. So next car number 74, and we can see another driver, and of course his name is Tadas Petukauskas, another driver, car number 33, and in this case we have Andis Meilands, winner by the way in BTC3 next race. So next car number 1, Tomas Jatkevičius, last year champion in BTC 2086, Kleobavičius. Then you come our lady driver, car number 27, car number 69, Arturas Zadoyenko, then car number 95, Orestas Burgaila, car number 7, Valdis Kikus, car number 99, Emils Jakrinč, and car number 12, Tomas Buskevičius. So this is our grid for the next race, and our dear commentators, let's continue.
So yes, starting grid was determined as usually by the best lap times from race 1, and Kairo Kollas set the best lap time 1:36.9, and it means he was full 1.5 seconds per lap faster than Agnius Narbutas. Narbutas in turn was 2 seconds faster than number 77, Kristupas Šablinskas, who is occupying P3 on the grid. And then there was even larger gap to 4th place Tadas Petukauskas. That gap was almost 5 seconds, but it was of course on a very slippery track. Now, despite the rain is falling again, the track is not so covered with water. There is no standing water, there are no puddles at the apexes. But if rain continues and maybe even intensifies, they can reappear again. Anyway, having that rain clearly plays into hands of BTC2 racers, as yesterday in dry qualification they have had nothing against number 86 Arturas Kleobavičius and number 1 Tomas Jatkevičius, who were clearly the fastest and started the first race from the front row. But on the slippery track you can't use that power on their BMW. So now we have, how many? We have 5 Honda Civics at the front. 4 of them are BTC2s and Weissman is only BTC3. Then there are BMWs of Jatkevičius and Kleobavičius, and another Honda Civic of number 27, Lelde Jukama, was a winner in BTC1. So let's see, you can see on the camera lens there are some raindrops and rain is falling also. By the way, number 11, Agnius Narbutas, has no headlights on, but they must be on even when it is not raining. They must be on all the time when car is on the track, so it is clearly a violation. You can generally see all the other cars have their headlights on. Actually Narbutas has headlights, they are just the small ones in the middle, not the main headlights. So, alright with it. And now BTC drivers on their formation lap already. Forming their formation in 2x2 as prescribed in the regulations. The race duration is 15 minutes as it was in race 1, and they will take rolling start. Very different Honda Civics. There are full coupe bodies. There are hatchbacks. They are from different generations. But generally, they are very useful for circuit racing, as are of course BMW 3 Series cars, which also form quite a large part of this grid. Now everything is ready for start. Narbutas is again in front of us, as it was in race 1, best part of that race. And then we saw how Kallas overtook him on the outside of turn 5 with a very brave maneuver. But it was then, now it's another race, another conditions. But the main protagonist seem to be the same. But Kallas is now again in front of him when they reach turn 6. But there is a red flag out. There is a red flag out, and it should mean that somebody's gone off again. And I think there was something hanging out. Yes, it is. It is door sill hanging out from Narbuta's car. Did he have a contact with Kallas? Remains to be seen, but red flag is definitely out, and it means racing is suspended. Ah yeah, there is Lelde Ukama near post 2, and it is at the opening turn, which is by numbers it's turn 10. If you're not familiar with those turn numbers at Kačerginė track, then it's quite weird, because turn number 1, not turn number 1, but the first turn after the start is turn number 10. Then there is turn number 1, 2, 3, and so on. And Ukama has been towed out onto the track from, we can't see if it was in the gravel or simply on the wet grass, but anyway, she was off. And it remains to be seen if she will be able to take her grid spot. So it's a calm before the storm. Everybody is waiting on the grid. And the grid is reformed. And yes, Lelde Ukama's Honda is moving under its own power. And she was allowed to drive in the wrong direction, which is usually absolutely not allowed, but she's going to take her spot on the grid, so car seemingly is okay, which is good news. And looks like we are ready for the second attempt to start this race. It has been quite tricky. We couldn't have a start on the first time with V1600 and ABC cars. We couldn't have it with BTCs. Let's hope there will be no more delays. Okay, our schedule is not that cramped. To have endurance race should start at 6 o'clock and there is still plenty of time. So as the red flag was put out during the first lap, the cars will taking their initial grid spots as they stood the first time. And it means Kallas and Narbutas from front row, Shablinskas and Petukauskas from the second row, Veismanis, Jatkevičius third row, Kliobavicius, Jukama fourth row, Zadoyenko, Burgaila fifth row, Kikusts, Jakrinš sixth row, Uskiavicius seventh row. So 13 cars were lined up. They will again have one warm-up lap and then one formation lap and then rolling start and 15 minutes of racing. And there can be confusion about those Honda Civics because number 77 Kristupas Shablinskas and number 33 Andis Meilands have both those old-shaped Honda Civics and both are red. Shablinskas number 77, Meilands number 33. Although they are from different classes, and as you can see, the bonnet on Shablinskas' car is red while Veismanis has black bonnet. That's how you can make sure which is which of them. But now the warm-up lap is completed and formation lap is underway. Exactly the same procedure as last time. All cars seem to be there as well. And the rain keeps falling. From this picture it's very well can be observed on the background of that dark forest. But it's the same for everybody. On the other hand, we saw that especially winner from race 1, Kairo Kallas, really liked these conditions, and the wetter it will be, the better for him. Just one more corner and then the start will be given. The right headlight outside on Kallas' car. And again, Narbutas gets much better start. And this time it was Shablinskas on the outside of Kallas as well and has overtaken him. So Kallas has dropped not to second, but already to third. And Shablinskas is trying to overtake Narbutas on the outside of turn 1. And can he complete the move? Beans track is now properly wet because those wet lines allow you to go to the outside and be much faster. It seems Shablinskas really has taken the lead in front of Narbutas and Kallas, so top 3 are reversed. Yes, it is. Kallas is now in second. He has also left Narbutas behind. But looking how confident and fast he was in race 1, I think he's not having hard feelings about losing that lead at the start. He should be able to take it back. But again, top 3 places are currently belonging to BTC2 cars. Petrkauskas, who started in 4th, has disappeared. Where is he? He was 4th. This is Weissman is on the left side of your screen, and Jatkiewicz, who is trying to catch him, going through turn 1. And in this duel, this BMW must be a little bit faster than Honda, but the track conditions are really tricky, so let's see what happens. But oh, and it's Lelde Ukama who is facing wrong way. Meanwhile, Kallas has put Shablinskas under serious pressure. Oh, can he keep it? Yes, he could. Wow, that was a really... like only a matter of time when Kallas will jump his Lithuanian rival. And Kallas got much better exit from the chicane. He he couldn't get to the inside of turn 10. Now approaching turn 1. Nothing happens here, but again there was a little bit overlap. Can Kallas jump to the inside into turn 2? Going side by side, 2, 3 and 4. In the dry it's doable, but in these conditions, I don't know. Let's see, this is turn 6 and Kallas emerges in the front of his Lithuanian rival Shablinskas. So whatever and however he has done it, but he has done it. Now Kallas is leading race 2 as well. Although the body language of Shablinskas' car shows that he wants to put up a fight against Kallas, but the Estonian driver is seemingly faster as it stands. There is 10 minutes and about 10 seconds to go, so nothing is clear until the checkered flag will be dropped. But even with that overtaking maneuver, Kallas was much faster. But Shablinskas still tries to keep the gap to the minimum. Just separated them on the line. But this section from turn 2 to turn 6 seems to be the trump card for Kallas especially. Narbutas still keeps his third and Weissman is in fourth, and Jatkevicius clearly is not able to close in. Quite the opposite, he lost 1.2 seconds to Weissman his last time around. Shablinskas has done very good job. Kallas is slipping away from him. Literally slipping away on this very slippery track. The gap was 1 second, 1 lap ago. Kallas had another slide through the chicane, but it didn't harm his pace. Now it is more or less 1.6 seconds, so Kallas was 0.6 faster than his Lithuanian rival over that previous lap. Now he needs to stay on track for the remaining 8.5 minutes and just bring home victory number 2. Of course, it's much easier to say than that. And Lelde Jukama has crashed, or at least off track, between turns 2 and 3, and there are weird double yellow flags, which means drivers must reduce their speed to 60 kph. And I suspect, fortunately she was able to start going again, but it shows you how tricky the conditions are. And now Kallas certainly has made a break. His lead was just 1.6 seconds 1 lap ago, but now he is sliding nicely through the chicane. But the gap has grown to 5.2 seconds. So Kaira Kallas is moving towards his second victory. Lap number 6 is underway. At least for leaders. These are not leaders, these are backmarkers. Number 7 Valdis Kikus just passed our camera to complete his 5th lap. And this is leader Kairo Kallas, and this is second placed man Kristupas Shablinskas. Meilands has reduced the gap a little bit. And this time Kallas goes straight through the chicane. I mean, not cutting the straight, but not sliding through it. And yes, Shablinskas has been faster this time around, but the gap is anyway more than 4 seconds. So Kallas should have everything under control. taking quite wide line through turn 1. We didn't see what happened to number 74, Tadas Petakauskas, in that yellow Honda Civic, but he was starting from 4th, but dropped to 9th on the opening lap, and now is just in front of number 12, Tomas Puskiavicius. And they are not moving that fast, but at least they are moving. Petakauskas didn't take part yesterday in qualification, so had to start from the dead last position into race 1, and only for that reason he can count this race a success, starting from last and finishing 4th. Not bad at all. Now Kallas has completed 7 laps, as has Shablinskas. The gap grew a little bit, just by 0.3. And the track conditions are more or less stable now, while Kallas is lapping back markers and doing it very cautiously. That was actually can be a reason why he lost 1.5 seconds 1 lap ago. Not taking risks when overtaking back markers is probably a wise thing to do in his situation, having this huge lead in treacherous conditions. No need for risking. And really Kallas has just overtaken 2 back markers. Jakrinch and Petakauskas. He's going to complete his 9th lap, probably 2 more to go. Tomas Puskiavicius, who is currently in 9th, not lapped yet, but Kallas is catching him rapidly. But Petakauskas' pace is dropping. Obviously he has some problems with his car. But you can see that the gap between 2 leaders has now grown to 7 seconds. It's quite clear that Kallas will take a victory from this race as well, if only he keeps it on the tarmac. Another slower car lap, this time number 12, Tomas Puskiavicius. Over the crest they go into turn 8. Now over another crest and turn 9, and then 10 laps will be completed and the final lap will start for Kairo Kallas as a leader. Here he goes. Just 15 seconds remaining. And it is definitely the final lap in this race. Kallas and Shablinskas' lap time this time around were almost identical. But what is happening behind them? Actually, Weissmani has caught Narbutas, so they are fighting for P3 overall. Although they are from different classes, Narbutas BTC2 and Weissmani's BTC3, but being front at the finish line is important anyway. So here comes Kallas. You can't see what happens behind, but Weissmani certainly had much better lap. It remains to be seen who will be in front when they cross the finish line after 10 laps. It's just one more turn for Kairo Kallas. And here he comes, final time through the chicane, and checkered flag is out, and Kairo Kallas takes a double victory here at Kačergine. Very wet Kačergine again. Shablinskas is second, but who arrives in third? That's the question. Narbutas and Weissmanis were separated by just 6/10 one lap ago. But Narbutas stays in third. Weissmanis was just 1.5 seconds later across the line. So another double winner, Kairo Kallas in BTC2, and another double winner is Andis Meilands in BTC3 as well, while BTC1 winner will be BTC1 winner will be Toomas Puskiavicius, number 12. We saw Lalde Jukamaa sliding off the track, and she retired after that. Also got moving. So that was it for BTC 1, 2, 3 cars and racers. BTC 1, Puskiavicius was the winner in front of Valdis Kikusts. There was only 2 cars at the finish. Kallas, Shablinskas, Narbutas, Burgaila and Piatukauskas was the order in BTC2, and Weissmanis, Jatkiavicius, Kliobavicius, Zadoyenko and Jakrinch in BTC3. So while the cars are returning to the pits and to the Parc Fermé, we'll wait, and then Pavlo will take some interviews from the fastest drivers. I guess Kairo Kallas is very satisfied that it started to rain again. He's now waiting his turn to drive onto the scales. So top 4 places for Honda Civics once again. Actually it was top 5 in race 1.
Amazing drive from our Estonian driver. Of course, he's Kairo Kallas. Second victory in a row today. Very well done, and he's our overall winner and winner in BTC2 class. So hello again. So, and what's your race? Oh, I think that he is not so, you know, okay. So about Cairo, how it was for you? Because as I saw, it was not so easy at the beginning, but after you drove pretty well and finished on the first position.
Yeah, in race, how to say, if race start, some car is front and back, and we got some easy accident, but nothing happened.
Nothing special for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Just typical job.
Yeah, yeah. In rain.
Job in the rain. Very well done. Oh, we will see you on the podium and enjoy your victory.
Thank you.
So our overall and winner in BTC2 class. Okay, even Cairo needed, I think, some fresh air from this side, from this corner. Okay, next driver, and we can see maybe. Okay, car number 33, our winner in BTC3 class, this red Honda. And of course, Andis Meilands. Andis. Hello again. The same second victory in the row as from Cairo. So, how it was?
It was amazing. I expected to be third at most, but on the first corner I saw an opportunity. I took it. I was ballsy, and yeah, I think I couldn't catch him because due to some like yellow flags and stuff, it really widens and narrows the gaps unevenly. So I'm not sure if I could have caught him. He's a very fast guy, but I'm incredibly, you know, I was happy I was able to lead a whole BTC race. So that's a first for me.
Very well done, and of course, see you in the podium.
Thank you.
So, and let's find another driver. His first victory today, by the way. So in this case, it's Tomas Buskevičius. Where is Tomas? And his car number 12. Let's find this car. Okay. Yes, car on near top seater. So it's time to say some words. Tomas, how's it going? You are a winner, as I can see, in BTC1 this time. So was third place in race number 1. And what happened from your driver's seats and how it was?
First race was very difficult because I didn't have rain tires, so I wasn't able to drive around. You know, just drive around the track, and I didn't compete with anyone. And this time it was much better. There wasn't standing water on the track, so I could push a little bit, and it's fine this time. I could enjoy it now.
Nice to hear about it, and you are our winner. So Tomas Buskevičius, his first victory in this season. Very well done.
And so, as in the previous race, we had several BMWs not taking victories this time, but the cars which are lining up on the grid now are exclusively BMWs. As you can see, even the lead car and the safety car in the background are BMWs. And we are going to have a second race for BMW 325 Cup. The first race was in some ways eventful. It was again under very difficult circumstances, lots of standing water on the track, very slippery tarmac. This time it's a little bit better, but while Aurimas Mistautas won the first race in front of Ragnar Simuland and Leo Messenger, who came from the dead last position on the grid due to not taking part in qualification. The starting grid for race 2 is completely different, and let's have a look at it. Leo Messenger set the fastest time in race 1, 1:40 1.3, and he was full 1.7 seconds faster than his compatriot and teammate on the front row, Olivier Villeneuve. So Messenger 140.3 and Villeneuve 142, actually 141.999, but let's say it's 1.7 seconds gap between them. Then Aurimas Mištautas, the winner from race 1, will occupy P3 at the start, and Karol Vika from Poland will be in P4, just on his right hand. Then third row belongs to number 335, the qualification winner Pullman Ragnar Simuland, and number 411, the fastest lady driver on BMW's Emilia Ulvidaite. And now over to Pavlo.
So the most powerful starting grid, because we had 20 BMW 325 cars, and this is Cup race. So on the starting grid we can see first row, and from position number 1, Leo Messenger, our driver from France. I think he started 13th in the first race and finished on the podium. Even, yes, it was a lot of positions from the start to the finish. So near him another French driver, and he finished first in gentleman class, Olivier Villeneuve. Starting, okay, another starting positions from Karol Vika, then Ragnar Simuland, Emilia Ulvidaite, and other drivers like Darius Gaidulionis, Karl Lang, Girts Daugavins, number 25, number 27, Povilas Bonkevičius, number 37, Erika Arkusauskaitis and Donatas Jucius, Yanis Horeliks, another driver, Erik Stefanovic, car number 7, car number 19, then, car number 2, Henrikas Klepikas, Laimonas Starkevičius, Saulius Jonaitis, and we have car number 41 at the end of our starting grid, and Laimonas Starkevičius, car number 86. So drivers, and let's begin our formation lap.
BMWs are now on their warm-up lap. And how many cars do we have? The question is if number 41, Mattis Malinovskis, who had an incident together with Henrikas Klepikas during the warm-up lap before race 1, if he is able to start, and about the Klepikas also, because he was, Klepikas is there certainly. This bright green to drive car. But yes, Malinovskis is there as well, so we should have all 18 cars at the start, which is good news. But yes, Leo Messenger and Olivier Villeneuve. So we have two Frenchmen in the front row, then second row there is one Lithuanian and one Polish driver, third row one Estonian and one Lithuanian, fourth row one Lithuanian and one Estonian, and the best Latvian driver Girts Daugavins is standing just in the fifth row. So what happened to Yanis Horeliks, who was second in qualification? I can't tell you currently, and Mattis Malinovskis, who was third in qualification, I told you, but they should be able, if the cars are okay, they should be able to progress here quite significantly. But as we saw, Leo Messenger was the fastest driver in race 1, deciding on his lap time. And he is, of course, champion from 2 years ago, BMW 325 Cup champion in 2023. So very fast and very experienced driver. And we can expect him to stay in front in this race as well. His countryman Olivier Villeneuve was the best gentleman driver in race 1. It's for older drivers, let's say so, and their teammates at Road Racing as well. And we saw Villeneuve as well making some very spectacular overtakes during race 1. And rain is still falling, maybe not so heavily as about 15 or 20 minutes ago, but it's still falling, and it means that track becomes more and more slippery. But let's see what will happen, because the order from qualification is completely mixed up. Some very fast drivers are starting from back, namely Malinowski's in P18 and Horlicks in P13. Are they able to fight back? And also number 27, Povilas Ponkjavicius, who is starting from 10th, should be also considered as a very fast driver. So the grid is almost formed. And it's a go, go, go for BMW's race 2, BMW 325 race 2, and there is a crash already. And it is number 411, Emilia Ulvidaite, who was starting from 6th, and I'm almost sure that it will be a red flag out very shortly. Ulvidaite's car is without front right wheel. At least the car stayed on its wheels. And yes, red flags are out. So third start and third time red flag. We had red flag also in V1600 and ABCs, and we had red flag in BTCs, so red flag in BMWs as well. It's not a good tradition, but what can we do? So many fast cars fighting for positions at the start. These things are prone to happen. So two of our lady drivers is out. It's a shame, because starting from 6th was a very good position. Ulvidaite's lap times were really competitive on the wet track, and as track remained wet for this race, she had good chances, but yeah, they were gone not in 60 seconds, but literally in 6 seconds after the start. And she's seemingly not the only one involved that, because before going out, she had contact with another car. And who was that? Other cars are returning from their first lap. Again, as the red flag was shown during the first lap, All the cars will take their initial grid positions. There will be one empty spot in the grid box number 6 and probably another one, but I can't tell you who it was. Meanwhile, I can tell you about the previous race. That number 33, Andis Meilands, is the winner in BTC3, was given a 5-second penalty for speeding in 2 yellow zone 3 times in a row. It's quite a bad violation. But what was the outcome of the race? I think he will lose his victory. Let's see if I can find the result. No, Weisman loses nothing. Weisman is loses nothing because his lead over the next car in BTC3, number 1 Tomas Jatkevičius, was some 23 seconds at the finish. So deduct 5 seconds, it's still overwhelming victory. But he gets 3 penalty points on his license, which may turn out to be very costly come the later rounds. Now the flatbed truck is on the site of the incident as well, ready to pick up Ulvidaite's car.
Because I can see, so this car is still on the track. It's very easy to understand.
He or she is on the grid and ready to take the start of the race. But really a shame that Ulvidaite is out. She has really made a good step this year, being much more competitive and really mixing up with the boys and men. Some work with brushes on the inside of the track, and ready we should be. Thankfully the car remained on its wheels even after hitting the ground banking on the left side of the track. But cars, we saw cars were going 3 or even 4 abreast, and the track, even not the narrowest here, if you're going 4 abreast for the first turn, all sorts of incidents are prone to happen. So sadly for Ulvidaite, this race is over for her. But the rest, the remaining 17 cars are almost ready to start their second warm-up lap. Track is not cleared yet, but should be ready in a few minutes. So the winner, actually the top three from race 1 are starting behind each other, but in mixed order. The winner of race 1, Aurimas Mištautas, will start on the right side row on your screens. Car number 17 from second row. Second place driver Ragnar Sibuland stands just behind him in car number 335, and third in race 1 Leo Messenger in car number 3 incidentally will start from pole position. He is down in 10th, and that's because his fastest lap was not that good. Yeah, that is very sad sight on Emilia Ulvidaite's car. Front right corner is completely destroyed. I think it took the hit to his ground banking. And now the signal has been given. Lead car takes off and warm-up lap begins. 17 BMW cars at the track for their race 2 over 20 minutes. Here we go. For the racing team, the front row number 3 Leo Messenger, champion of this class from 2023 last year. One, and he also wore a Porsche racing suit. And Olivier Villeneuve, who was winner among gentlemen drivers the first race as well. And yes, it's very, very international top positions represented in top 6. and creating a formation. But as tracks in Baltics are all quite short, in Kaunas, Riga and Pärnu, all tracks are a little bit more than 3 kilometers. It's sensible to have 2 laps to warm up the tires thoroughly. It's important from a safety viewpoint mainly. Of course it takes time, and if you have 2 starts as we have had in the afternoon with all 3 races, it takes quite a long time to get going. But yes, it's important from the safety viewpoint above all. Now the formation is almost there as cars are going through turn 6 towards turn 7 and over the crest. Now through turn 9, almost. So Carl Lang, who is starting from P8, has a free space in front of him. And here we go, but it didn't help him much. He's now, they've lost at least 1 position. Hopefully they will go through turn 10 without losing any cars. And yes, Leo Messenger has duly taken the lead in front of Olivier Villeneuve and Karol Vika, but it is Mistautas who is fighting with Vika, and Villeneuve gets a huge drift through turn 1, somehow saves it but loses 1 position. Does he? No, he didn't actually. Mistautas tried to overtake Villeneuve but couldn't. Whoa, that's a save of the year, I would say, or at least a save of this meeting. But Mistautas is trying once again through turn 5 on the outside, and this time he is successful. So Mistautas is back in P2 and Villeneuve is demoted to P3. Vika is in P4, it's exactly the position he started from. Carl Lang, number 81, has lost a couple of positions. He started from effectively P7. Here Villeneuve, Vika and Simuland. And Gaidulion is as well in this group. And I would say that those behind Villeneuve seem to be a little bit faster than him. But don't underestimate the French gentleman. He was second fastest over 1 lap in race 1. And Mistautas has left him behind, catching Messenger already. Vika and Simuland. Now Messenger and Mistautas are together in front. Then there is a group of 5 cars and all the rest. And Simuland is all over Vika, trying to wrestle away his fourth position. Probably not in this part of the track. With non-existing gaps actually, be it 4 or 5 tenths in these conditions, it means nothing. So Vika is under constant pressure from Simuland. But the old Frenchman and very young Estonian, while they are battling, sorry, Polish driver and Estonian driver, is in front of them. Less than car length, 1 car length between Vika and Simuland. While the lap is closing completion. Stateta this time was again a little bit faster than Messenger in the front, but the order remained the same, while Daugavich is all over Gaidulionis for P6. And have dropped away from Simuland. Meanwhile, Jutsus and Ponkjavicius have caught them from behind. So there is another group forming. Meanwhile, leaders are coming here. Messenger in front and Mištautas just a few tenths behind. Then Villeneuve should be the next one. Actually, we didn't see him there, but he should be third still. Mištautas the winner from race 1 and Messenger third in that race. Separated by less than half a second. And this duration of this race is 20 minutes, so we have just completed the first third. Oh, Mištautas had a big wobble under braking for the final chicane, but didn't lose any time. Actually, you can see that we have lost connection with the timing. Now it should be back. Actually, 4 laps are completed. Now it's not a correct order. Certainly it's not correct order because Messenger is still in front of Mištautas. And United is not there from it. Going go crest at turn 7, and this time Mištautas is really serious. He's taking some risks, but oh, big almost side by side. But yes, almost, not completely. Now Meilands gets a little bit better getaway from the chicane, goes to the inside of Messenger into turn 10, and now he is already in front. They are side by side, approaching turn 1, but maybe Messenger on the outside on the slippery track can retake. No, he can't. He slid wide, but going downhill towards turn 2, Messenger has much better speed, and this time out from the outside line, lead into turn 3. That was really risky move by Leo Messenger, but he managed to complete it to perfection. But Meilands is not clearly finished with it. Turn 6, Messenger still in front. But Meilands is very serious about taking over the lead from Messenger. Last time around, Meilands was about 0.2 fast, and the gap was just 0.3 on the line. There is a strong sense that Meilands could be much faster if only Messenger wasn't there. But it's all the beauty and the pain of motor racing. You can't go faster if there is another car in front of you. And then there is of course a proverb that catching a car in front of you and overtaking it is two completely different things. This time Meilands takes it steady, not attacking Messenger. But behind them, Simuland has taken third. In front of Villeneuve, Vika and Taugavinch. And yes, Simuland is here. Villeneuve is here, and there is a big gaggle of cars. So whatever happened there, but the order from third down has changed completely. And now we have the same top 3 as in race 1, but in different order. Taugavinch has got past Vika as well. Vika has dropped from... oh! Somebody was very sideways through turn 6. It is number 35, Donatas Jutsius. Andis Meilands has made some good progress as well, starting from the last row. He is now in 11th. But Villeneuve is now defending not 3rd position anymore, but 4th from Taugavinch. Is all over him as they are approaching turn 1, while Simuland has checked out from them. But there is little hope for Simuland to catch Messenger and Meilands, because the gap, as you can see, is more than 10 seconds, and looks like Villeneuve this time managed to keep his P4. Yes, he did. And Vika loses another position to Bogdanovic this time. Simuland in 3rd, very lonely 3rd, but this is Villeneuve's train, and how many cars? Everybody up to Carl Lang in 9th, while going side by side through 7. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. It is possible, and more than that, Villeneuve stayed in front of Taugavinch. not just Lang, but Jucius and Malinovskis are also in that train. So Villeneuve in front and Girts Daugavic behind him. Two very experienced drivers. Now Villeneuve is again on the outside with turn 3, but once again here he takes 4th, which Daugavic threatened to take away from him. And then there is huge battle, and it was Bonkjavicius who forced Gaidulionis a little bit wide and overtook him. And this is now Vika on the almost in the gravel. And this is Villeneuve in the gravel in turn 6. Was it him, or was there any contact with Daugavic and maybe with Bonkjavicius, who is now very close to Daugavic as well? We didn't see how it started, we only saw how it ended, and it ended in tears for Villeneuve, who is now stranded in the gravel. And it also means that overtaking into turn 6 is not possible anymore. So Daugavic has now inherited P4. Simulant is a little bit faster than Messenger and Mistautas in front of him, not a little bit, full second faster. And he set the fastest lap of the race as well, but with just 5 minutes to go and having a gap of 9 seconds, well, you can't close it under your own power. If those two in front make some silly moves, then Simulant has some chances to get better position, but not under his own speed. So yellow flag out in turn 6 due to that Roda racing car in the gravel. Olivier Villeneuve went off 1 lap ago, and now Bonkjavicius should be all over Daugavic through turn 7. Can he improve his position? No, he couldn't. Daugavic stayed in front. And it means that Vika is catching them as well, and Malinovskis has gained 3 more positions. He's now in 8th and closing into that battle between 3 cars. So Simulant has found even more speed. Again, he was 1.2 seconds faster than Messenger and Mistautas in front of him, but having 7.5 second gap with only 3 minutes to go. Yeah, good speed, but too little too late. He was stuck in that battle, and meanwhile Messenger and Mistautas simply escaped, even having a battle between themselves for the lead. Now this group is headed by Daugavic, and they are fighting for positions down from 4th to 8th. This Malinovskis in 8th, and this is Erikas Klepikas versus Erika Arkušauskaitė. Admiral Stankiewicz is also in this company. Arkušauskaite looks like wants to overtake Klepikas. She's certainly faster. But again, it's the same thing. You can only go as fast as a car in front of you. Klepikas had a huge line through turn 1. Can Arkušauskaite use it? No, she wouldn't. And it's Gaidulionis behind them, not Starkiewicz. And now Gaidulionis tries to attack Arkušauskaite, but he can't do it into turn 6. There is still car on the outside and yellow flags. And another fastest lap from Ragnar Simuland, although they are now, leaders are now on the final lap. Just 40 seconds to go, and Simuland is the first in 31s, 131.890. But here are the leaders on their final lap, and Simuland is already in their background. But still some 5 seconds down. Just a few more turns and then Leo Messenger will probably take the victory in race 2. Aurimas Mistautas put a lot of pressure on the Frenchman, but Messenger has resisted all the attempts to take lead away. Actually, Mistautas was in front for a few moments, but that was it. So 20 minutes are over and Leo Messenger takes the checkered flag as a winner in BMW 325 Cup Race 2 in front of Aurimas Mistautas and Ragnar Simuland. So top 3 was exactly the same as in Race 1, except Messenger jumped from 3rd to 1st and pushed Mistautas and Simuland 1 position down. Daugavic takes 4th, Spokjavic 5th, Vika 6th, Malinovskis will be 7th at the flag, and Karl Lang probably takes 8th, yes, with Klepikas in 9th. So good race. We saw a lot of action between those two drivers, Leo Messenger and Aurimas Mistautas. Mistautas probably was a little bit faster, but not fast enough to overtake the Frenchman, and thus Messenger is the winner in race 2. But Mistautas being winner in the first race and second in the second race will take overall victory for this meeting. Messenger will be second and Simuland third. And again, very international top 6. We have a Frenchman in first, Lithuanians in second and fifth, Estonian in third, Latvian in fourth, and Pole in sixth. Leaders, meanwhle, are already in the Parc Fermé, and in few seconds Pavlo will take over and conduct some interviews. Who is the top drivers? Fastest lap was set by Ragnar Simuland, 1:31.890. Meanwhile, both Messenger and Mistautas had their fastest laps in 1:33s.
Looks like our champion of 2023 season came back. So, Leo Messenger, our winner of this race, he was on the podium this morning, but right now his shining time, I must to say. Very well done. You are our winner overall and in Class Pro. So, please tell us something about these conditions, about this track, and how happy you are.
I'm quite happy to have won, but Orimas was so close all the time. And we had our different parts in the track where I was faster and quite a few where he was faster. Yeah, quite a few hot moments, especially in kind of last lap. It was very close.
Maybe amazing feelings you have.
It's very nice, yes.
Nice race. Very well done. And let's show us your, I don't know, happiness. Oh, yes. Okay, so very well done, our winner Leo Messenger. But you know, we have a couple of different categories, and another winner, of course, our, I think, the fastest man on the track. And of course, we need to organize some space, you know. Please be careful. And so, okay, and here we are. So yes, we can see another cards, and it's a good idea to talk with Ragnar Simuland. You was, I think, you were the fastest even today at the very end of the race, but of course you are our winner in rookie category, so please talk us about this track and conditions.
The conditions were way better this time. There was a definite dry line, and I just got to the groove, but shame I got stuck at the start, and the gap was so big I couldn't catch them at the time.
But of course I think that you will win this season in overall classification, but not today. Anyway, thanks a lot. Enjoy your result. Let's find another couple drivers, because we have different categories, rookie categories, pro class of drivers. Maybe we can find driver, okay. Driver number 25, Gears, you are our winner this time. So, Gears Dawewicz, a winner in a Masters category, like Master Chef, you know? So, please tell us true about this race.
Very interesting and difficult race. One my little bit big mistake with partner. We have some positions to fight, and in one he goes and I don't know it, and like with mistake for him. But race is very good, interesting for all, I think, drivers. Need to drive.
Yes, looks like these conditions were pretty good for you. So very well done, and I know that the next race will be for you and your son together.
Yes, after 2 hours we go 2 hours race. Maybe in wet condition too. You can look how it goes.
And of course, we wish you good luck. See you next time. So let's find maybe a couple another drivers, like the fastest lady on the track, maybe. Because today it's, or this race, it's Erika Arkusauskaite. So where is she? Car number 37. Let's find. Okay, hello and welcome to our club of winners, you know, because you looks like you're the best lady on the track this time. So talk us through something about this race for you.
This was good.
If you want, you can say in Lithuanian.
Lithuanian, can I speak?
Tai šį kartą lenktynės buvo man palankios, kadangi man patinka važiuoti per lietų, tai kol visi įsidaužo, aš važiuoju.
So ačiū. Nice to see a lot of cars on the track. We can see a lot of BMW this time, and maybe next time even we can find more than 20 cars. Some, you know, problems with that car number 35. You can see all these damages. And even we can see the best gentleman driver of car number 55. At least his car is here, but I can't see the driver inside. Where are you? Maybe you are invisible, man. Our Olivier Villeneuve. Olivier, can we see you? Yes. Olivier? So looks like you are only one gentleman driver. So please talk us through about the race from your side. Because it was not so long, I think.
Yeah, but you know, somebody pushed me and I went in the gravel, so that's all. It was finished.
Sometimes it finished like this, but anyway, let's see next drivers. And let's prepare to another race. Race number 10 today, I think. Or, yes, right now number 9. Race number 9.
And yes, this is sprint race number 9 of Stateta Bro Grand Prix 2025 from Kačerginė track, just near Kaunas in Lithuania. And the cars to take start are from categories BGT PRO, BGT AM and BTC4. They should be, they are actually the most powerful and the maybe not fastest car, because we don't know under those conditions when rain is falling or at least track is wet, be the fastest. But on the dry track yesterday they certainly were the fastest ones. Number 4 Tomas Rudokas in his Porsche Cayman did a lap in 1 minute and 11 seconds, so it's quite a fast lap here. And even in the first race where track was still wet, although drying quite quickly, Paulius 19.0. And for comparison, BMW 325 overall fastest lap in the history here in Kačerginė is lap started. Number 69 Egidijus Kelunas went off in the first turn on the track, turn number 10, and he was put back on the flatbed truck and brought into the pits, so he didn't start. But from outside the car seemed in quite good conditions. Hopefully he is able to take the start. Then Aivars Remeika seemingly had some problems with his Audi A3, but as I can see, he's on the grid already in P6. And he's also ready to take his place. And the question is also about Rolando Salis in Volkswagen Golf number 95. I can't see him on the track currently. So that is lead car, which is now arriving into the start-finish area. And over to Paulo. You can see that rain is still falling. Yeah, thankfully Salis is there. Looks like we will have 7 cars. Everything should be ready. We haven't heard the signal, 3-minute signal yet. But I see Pablo near Bakshi's car, which will start from P2. And then we will have a little overview of the grid. Probably not interviews because drivers are already.
So it's time
involved.
to shine
So, over to
our
Pablo.
beasts, the fastest cars on the track. So our pole sitter, driver from Lithuania, of course, Paulius Urbanavičius. I like to see this Ginetta car because before I'm just heard about these cars in British GT4 Championship. So driver and his car number 7, yellow car and yellow sun, finally we can see today. So car number 180 or starting position number 2, Gediminas Bakshis. He was the best this morning in BGT PRO. So Paulius won in BGT AM class. Another second row, and we have 2 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 cars. So position number 3 or car number 4, Thomas Rudokas. You can see this car, and near him Vidas Samuolis, another Porsche 718. Then starting grid and row number 3, car number 15. And you can see this time Ramūnas Čapkauskas and his Cupra car, Audi, and car number 16. And this is Aivaras Rameika and car or 7th car on the grid. And his driver Rolandas Salis. So top 7 cars, maybe the fastest cars on this track. Just couple minutes before the start, and again we can see these cars, and little bit later we can hear all these motors. So looks like it's time to roar. Maybe the fastest cars on this track. Just couple minutes before the start, and again we can.
Yeah, it's definitely time to roar. You heard the signal. And sun is going out. It means that the track will dry out quite quickly. You saw just a minute or 2 ago that there was still a light drizzle. But according to weather forecast, it should stop. And if the sun goes out, there will be definitely Race 1, the first part of Race 1 was actually quite action-packed. We saw Thomas Rudokas Paulius Urbanavicius. The eventual winner took the lead. He was able to just grow away from all the others. Although he had also his own problems. He was on just after taking the lead, he hit the chicane markers at the start-finish area, and the front right corner of his yellow Ginetta was completely broken, but fortunately it was just a bumper, not anymore. Car itself remained intact and didn't lose any of its speed, so Urbanavicius was the fastest, won the race, but comparing to the fastest lap times, BaTCC was just 1/10 slower, so not that far back. Also, BaTCC had some technical problems over the final 2 laps, and it means that race. And the conditions are quite similar now, maybe a little bit drier than it was at the start of their first race. But Urbanavicius mentioned in her post-race interview that the track dried out quite quickly, and probably it will happen here as well, because we clearly saw some sun shining through the clouds, and it is exactly what the weather forecast tells us. So from this picture you can see a lot of clouds and no sun. On the other hand, there is no spray, no big rooster tails behind the cars, and it tells us that track conditions, although they are not ideal, but on the other hand, track is not completely wet as well, just damp. So, 7 cars, all drivers Lithuanians. But now you can see from this picture that it's raining quite heavily. It was not a light drizzle anymore. Yeah, the conditions are changing all the time, and these conditions are the most difficult for drivers. You can never expect what you see and what you will meet in the next corner. There must be some safety margin always, but you can't let it be too large, because there are rivals behind you who want to take your positions away. Anyway, here we go for the start of BGT and BTC4 race number 2. And Urbanavicius gets his lead while Rudokas jumps into second in front of BaTCC. And there is Čapkauskas in 4th. And Samuolis has dropped from 4th to 5th. Yes, exactly. And in the background, Talis has overtaken Remeka for 6th. Can Rudokas this time put up a fight against Paksis and maybe against Urbanavicius as well? I think it will be difficult with Urbanavicius, and when cars go on full speed, the rooster tail also forms behind. And again, this front-wheel drive Cupra warms up its tires quite quickly the first laps, and that was the reason why Čapkauskas was able to take the lead in race 1 as well. But as the race progresses, it will be difficult for him. Now Urbanavicius has already 4 seconds over Rudokas after a single lap. And sun is shining again. You could see it shining through the spray behind Urbanavicius' car. Rudokas now has left Paksis behind. It's just 2 minutes raced from the 20-minute duration. It's far too early to make any conclusions, but certainly Rudokas is feeling much more comfortable this time. And Urbanavicius' speed is such that on this lap he was less than second behind his first race fastest lap, 1:19.89 already. So track conditions are improving all the time. They are far from those which were at the start of race 1. So we expect some dry line forming. So he really feels much more comfortable on this track now. It's probably the same thing as Andis Meilands mentioned after BMW second race, that it was first time out on the wet track with that car. It's the case with Rudokas as well. So you must know what the car will do under you, and then you can push. So gap has grown to 6 laps, and Urbanavicius is now in 1:18s already, faster than in race 1. And Paksis is dropping away from Rudokas little by little, and what can be said about Čapkauskas dropping away from Paksis. Meanwhile, Samolisa and Salis are separated by some 2.5 seconds. See that they were separated by 2.5 seconds on the line. Turn 9 goes Čapkauskas into the finished chicane, and with 4 laps completed. Urbanavich's time now was 1:18.3 already. So he improves by at least half a second per lap. But looking at the track condition, I would think that he can't improve it much from this. Again, in some parts of the track you can see sun shining onto the tarmac. On other parts like this, which are between trees, there is no sunshine and the tarmac is not going to dry out so quickly. And BaTCC uses all the width of the track to turn 6 and 7. He was very much on the verge of tarmac there, but still on the tarmac, no problems. You have to use the whole width of the road. It from our race. It was certainly not from our race. Because our race is performed on the ground. But Rudokas is really doing good job. Okay, Urbanavichus is far away in front already. Rudokas can barely see him on the flatter parts of the track. But still he's firmly in second. BaTCC was 3 seconds behind 1 lap ago. And to turn 7 over that crest, you can see that Rudokas certainly left some safety margin on the outside, while BaTCC goes to the white line. Right to the white line. And what lap times are telling us are telling that Rudokas is at least half a second faster per lap than BaTCC, so there is no direct competition anymore. Did I see yellow flag between turns 2 and 3? Chepkauskas at least is here in P4. Having improved his position by 1. Overtaking Vidas Samolis at the start. Meanwhile, Urbanavichus has completed 7 laps already, and now his best lap time is in 170s already, 117.649. Actually, he has no reason to push anymore, especially because half of the race is still to go. But this time around, BaTCC was much faster than Rudokas. He gained 1.5 seconds, so the gap dropped to 1.7 between them. It's not over there either. It's probably because Rudokas made some mistake, we didn't see it. Meanwhile, Urbanavichus Now goes over the line for 8th time. 1:18.8 was his lap time this time, so he's now cruising. No question about it. No need to push anymore. The gap is huge by any standards. And BaTCC again fought back against Rudokas, this time just 3 tenths, but is closing in. So Rudokas second place, which seemed quite firm just a few laps ago, is now on the threat once again. Rudokas has increased the gap to BaTCC to 2 seconds again. But on the other hand, BaTCC is keeping the pressure. Avaras Remeka is already 1 lap down and moving rather slowly there. This is overtaking him, actually lapping him as well. And now it happened. There is some gravel on the tarmac at turn 7 as well on the outside, which tells you that somebody has went off there, has gone off there. Gravel probably came back. We haven't seen at least some cars rescued from that area. Čapkauskas now very lonely in 4th. There is some 13 seconds of free tarmac in front of him, and I even can't tell you how long is the gap behind him. Because with the Samuolis, yes, now I can tell you, half a minute. Salis is dropping away from Samuolis as well by 3, 4, 5 tenths per lap. Everything seems to be set already. Although Rudokas is still under pressure from BaTCC. Start his 12th lap as well. There's still almost 5 minutes to go. It probably means 4 laps, and this is our leader. Haven't seen him quite a long time already. Now it's just lifting quite heavily through turn 7. There is no need to push. And here he comes already. Meanwhile, both Samuolis and Salis flashed through the frame as well. It's entirely possible that Urbanavičius will catch them before the finish. He will do probably 4 more laps. It depends. Maybe 3, maybe 4. He probably will have the luxury to just reduce the speed and let the time tick away. But let's see. It's until now he is keeping quite a reasonable speed still. Now something has happened to BaTCC because he is now behind Čapkauskas. Is it driver's mistake or is it some technical glitch? Because that Nissan is highly tuned and quite fragile. We saw it losing speed during the final 2 laps in race 1 as well. Is it the same case or something else? Anyway, Urbanavičius is now over the line, and now I can tell you that it should be 3 more laps if he keeps going. But it would be interesting to see what is BaTCC doing. Can he go on full speed, or is it a case of losing speed due to some technical problems? Let's see what the gap will be. And yes, BaTCC has problems. BaTCC certainly has problems because he has lost 4.5 seconds to Čapkauskas just during 1 single lap. And he's not going to make 2 driver mistakes over 2 laps. There will be some technical difficulty for him. Something has happened to his car. Now here he is. And it is certainly not going on full speed. Meanwhile, leader Paulius Urbanavičius is catching both Rolando Salis and Vitas Samuolis. Salis has been given blue flag already. This is the gap currently between them on the track. And the question about BaTCC is now if he can keep his 4. Urbanavičius is close to start his final lap. There are only 25 seconds remaining. But Samuolis probably is going to catch BaTCC as it is Salis. No, there is finish flag. There is finish flag. So the race is over. Urbanavičius is waving. Another double winner. Rudokas is second over the line, 21.6 seconds down. Ramonas Čapkauskas will take third, but who will be fourth? Can Gediminas BaTCC save at least that position. His lap time last time was 1:40, and it suggests that both Samolis and Salis will overtake him easily. It's not the full truth here, because BaTCC, Samolis and Salis haven't crossed the finish line yet. It should happen in a few seconds. And yes, BaTCC still somehow saved the fourth, just 1.2 seconds in front of Samolis, and Samolis in turn was 1.4 seconds in front of Salis. And Aivas Remika, despite being lapped, was 7th. So Urbanavicius didn't actually lap Samolis and Salis, because if he did it, he should have gone to another lap, and you know, it's always dangerous, whatever can happen. Urbanavicius' last lap time was 1:26, but of course it didn't matter. The win was there by a huge margin, and he's another double winner today. So there is only one sprint race remaining for BMW Turbo Cup. Meanwhile, BGT racers are returning to Parc Fermé. To be honest, it wasn't an overly exciting race. And Ramūnas Čapkauskas is already in the Parc Fermé. Meanwhile, Paulus Urbanavicius is really satisfied with his day, no doubt. Double victory. Also, first race had its scary moments. And over to Pavlo.
Winner and his celebration. I want to see his eyes. But this is second victory today, actually. Nice to see it. And finally, Paulus Urbanavicius, amazing. I think more than 10 seconds of advantage from you in Pro Am and in overall classification this time. Please talk us through about your race this time.
For me, it was a race against myself more. I wouldn't say that it's boring, because with such cars it's never boring. The conditions were changing a little bit, so it was not very difficult to drive compared to previous race. So very happy with the result. Hopefully everyone came back in a good shape. And yeah, thanks for support, and see you in the next round.
Yes, and looks like your car in better conditions, you know?
Looks, as new.
We can say brand new car.
Yeah. Thanks for the great chief mechanics who did a great job changing to the new front end.
Yes, very well done, Paulus and his chief mechanic. Well done. Yoo-hoo! And we have another winner, this time a little bit younger. Finally, I can see these smiles on his face. And of course, Tomas Rudokas, it's your time to shine. Tomas, hello. So, how's it going?
Very good, very nice.
Oh, nice to see your car on the first position, at least in your class, of course. Second in general. Please, couple of words about your race this time.
Very nice. Was very first, like the whole time at the start. Overtook the first one in our class. He was behind me all like half of the race, but then he, I don't know what happened, but slid out or something like that, and then just was first the whole race in my class.
Yes, looks like a pretty easy victory for you this time, at least if you try to compare with previous race.
I'm very nervous. I was very nervous, but yeah, pretty easy.
And finally, you are our winner after yesterday quality. Well done, and see you next time, of course. So these two drivers are our winners in class Pro. His name, of course, Tomas Rudokas and Porsche 718 GT4. And another winner, of course, Paulius Urbanavičius, his yellow car Ginetta. And of course, we can see white bodies of this really nice cars. I think the best cars for this weekend. Guys, your turn.
Yes, you can't hide the fact that both Ginettas and Porsches are looking good, especially those Porsche Caymans. I would say that they are nowadays, they are the real Porsches. Of course, mainstream Porsche fans will tell me that 911 is a real Porsche. Yeah, in some sense it really is. But 911 has grown bigger and bigger and bigger and become heavier and heavier and heavier. Of course, it has become faster all the time as well. But with Cayman, with its mid-mounted engine and much more compact measures, I think it's a more real Porsche if you think about how Porsche started and through the early years of it. Anyway, that's about Porsches. Now let's go to BMWs again, because the next and the final sprint race today will be for BMW 331 G20 cars. BMW Turbo Cup is a new class this year. Actually, it's the first race, first meeting for these cars today. First race we saw, then the historic first winner was Algirdas Kelžinis. We had a huge scrap there for the victory. And now over to Pablo.
So finally we have race number 10 of our Stateta Bro Grand Prix this weekend. So it's not the last race, but anyway, it's quite nice to see driver who was second. Previously today, Artur Sarma and his car number 22, because our winner of race number 1 is Algirdas Kelžinis and his car number 55. Very interesting what will be next in battle between these two guys. Then row number 2 and driver who was the fastest yesterday, and this is Artyom's Kochlamazashvili. Then driver and his car number 700 Mas. Driver from Iceland, beautiful for Torkelson, and car number 23 Tadas Kaminskas from Lithuania, and finally another driver from Iceland, and Jon Palmason. So here we have, I think, 6 cars, even 7 cars for this race. So just 1 minute and we can wait for this race.
So yes, 7 cars on the grid with number 22 Artur Sarma in the front. Yes, we had a big scrap in the first race between 4 drivers who eventually finished in top 4 positions, but every one of them had their own time as a leader. Anyway, fastest lap time was posted by number 22 Artur Sarma, and he was the only one under 130 margin, 129.972. Winner from race 1, Algirdas Kelžinis, will start from second position. Then row 2 belongs to poleman from race 1, Artyom Kochlamazashvili, number 17, and number 700, Mantas Jasuljavičius. Then third row for Brynjolfur Torkelson from Iceland and Lithuanian Tadas Kaminskas, number 23. Torkelson is number 7. And finally, Jon Palmason, whom we saw going off in race 1, will start from the final position. Track conditions, again, much better than in race 1, and it certainly should help, especially those drivers who were slower during race 1, because having some confidence on the slippery track with a car, you hit that kind of track first time, it's not easy. Look at the Palmason car, some quick repairs done off race 1, but nothing that bad. Yes, we have 2 Icelandic drivers in this race, actually in this class, in this meeting, and as far as I know, it's the first time when drivers from that remote island have hit Baltic racing tracks. I've seen drivers from Brazil, from Israel, even from Thailand over here, but from Iceland it should be first time. Now warm-up lap is completed by all 7 cars already. They are now going through turn 1, downhill through turn 2, then turn 3. And there is, in some places, there is already dry line emerging. Meanwhile, in other places, you could see that the headlights were reflecting on the track, so in some places the tarmac should be very wet still. But yes, on the racing line there is some drying. So just 2 turns and then the start will be given to the final sprint race today. Actually, we didn't have 2 starts in BGTs. That should be a good omen. Hopefully this race can be started at the first attempt as well. And here we go. Elgins goes to the outside of Sarma into first turn. But looks like he lost another position to Kotslamazashvili as a result. Or can he be faster down the straight? Kotslamazashvili is now on the inside of turn 1. We can see that under those conditions, outside line can be better. No, Gelgin still stayed in third, having challenged both Sarma and Kotslamazashvili to opening turns, but lost out to both of them. And now Yasuljavicius is attacking him. Torkelsson is 5th, Kabinska 6th, and Palmason 7th. Exactly in the order they started in. First lap completed and top 4 is covered by just 1.5 seconds. Okay, 1.6, let's say. Two Latvians in front, then two Lithuanians behind them, and Gelžin is again thinking about attacking Kotlamazashvili, but this time he keeps to the inside. Obviously, on the first lap he discovered that the outside line is not faster anymore because inside is drying up and outside is still wet. When the whole width of track is wet, then the inside is not so beneficial. Actually, it's not beneficial at all because the rubber which it is covered with becomes very slippery when wet, but when it dries out, and the inside usually dries out faster than the outside, and the inside becomes better, having better grip. Anyway, top four are almost together, still maybe not covered by 1.6 seconds as one lap before, but still. And having 20 minutes of race. Yeah, now they are in 2.2 seconds, but more or less together anyway. Torkelsson is the driver in car number 7, which you currently see. He's going through turn 10 towards turn 1. He should feel quite lonely because he's some 6 seconds behind Jasiuljavičius, but almost 4 seconds in front of Kaminskas. And these four drivers are quite peaceful. Nobody attacking. Sarma, Kotlamazashvili, Gelžinis, Jasiuljavičius. This is all that they set in after basically just one turn on the opening lap, and they have kept it for the first 3 laps. But the gaps are widening. But now the situation have changed as Jasiuljavičius gets rid of Gelžinis, so he can go for Kotlamazashvili. Let's see what the situation on the line will be. So Jasiuljavičius must cover 2-second gap to catch Kotlamazashvili. Actually, their lap times were separated by just 1/10. Kotlamazashvili was 1/10 faster on the last tour, but of course Jasiuljavičius was overtaking Gelžinis, and a few tenths were lost there for sure. This time around Jasiuljavičius has no such problems. He can drive his own lines, keep his own pace. But is it enough against Kostlamazashvili? And Kostlamazashvili here into second part of turn 6 made a little mistake, went too wide onto the curb. That wasn't too bad a mistake. But Gelžinis certainly can't keep pace of Vasiljevičius. Now what's the situation? Situation is such that Kostlamazashvili just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.0, and it means that Vasiljevičius lost 2 more tenths. So Sarma and Kostlamazashvili, they are now just trying to escape from the attention of Vasiljevičius. And to be honest, they're doing well. Kostlamazashvili may be a little bit faster than Sarma, but he drives very smart in not attacking his countrymen. Basically, they are working together. Vasiljevičius, on the other hand, has certainly lost out on this lap. Gelžinis has closed in again. Let's compare the lap times after 7 laps and the gaps. Sorry, after 6 laps. Now Kostlamazashvili was a full second faster than Vasiljevičius. So those 2 bright yellow cars are certainly escaping for the next 2, and Gelžinis also closed in to Vasiljevičius. The gap between them is now 1.4 seconds. They're not that exciting as it was in race 1, and we are very close to the halfway in this race. Probably Vasiljevičius made some mistake on the previous lap. We didn't see it, but timing tells us that second was lost. Like a high-speed cruising, but now Kostlamazashvili has closed into Sarma. At least under braking before, because timing shows their times were almost identical, just 300th of a second was the margin in favor of Kostlamazashvili. And Vasiljevičius is dropping away, and Gelžinis this time was slower than Vasiljevičius as well. Also there between 2 Lithuanians, the gap is only 1.6 seconds, so it's almost 9 minutes still to go. It's not decided, I guess. Gelžinis as the winner in race 1 will certainly attempt to catch Vasiljevičius, sorry. Meanwhile, those 2 running as a tandem, as Sarma took the lead at start. He has been first, was really just a few tenths behind him. Kuslamashvili again set the fastest lap time, but Sarma almost, and this is now Sarma sideways through turn 1. Is Kuslamashvili going to attack him? No. And through turn 2 there is now clear dry line already. Turn 3 the same story. Turn 4 exactly the same story. But here you could see that when you go offline of the racing line, there is still very much water on it. But I guess after this mistake Sarma made, Kuslamashvili really starts to take things a little bit more seriously. Also, there are no changes. They're going to complete their lap number 9 now with almost 7 minutes still on the clock. But what's happening behind Jasyljavičius and Gelžinis? Not much, but Gelžinis is closing in. Still, despite this mistake from Sarma we saw last time around, both him and Kuslamashvili were faster than Jasyljavičius and Gelžinis, not speaking about Torkelson, Kaminskas and Palmason. Here they go through again. Sarma was again sideways through turn 6. I have a feeling that Kuslamashvili has something in reserve. His car looks like much better settled, not so nervous through the curves. Ooh, again, Sarma sideways, but not losing any time. They're still close to their best lap times, despite all those little sideways moments. And of course, if you are running in formation like they do, without battling each other, it gives you quite good speed, and they have now firmly escaped from Jasyljavičius and Gelžinis. With less than 5 minutes to go, can we see any serious battle? This time Kuslamashvili was a little bit sideways through turn 6, and windscreen wipers are still working. Even on Sarma's car. And it tells us that probably some drizzle is still going. Of course, Kuslamashvili has some spray from Sarma's car. That explains why his wipers are on, but Sarma has no such problem, so there must be a rain. Even though at the start-finish area you could observe sunshine on the track. Just 3.5 minutes to go, and this time Sarma set the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.928, but it was just by a few hundredths of a second faster than his previous top time. And leaders are going to catch back markers. Palmason first and Kaminskas after him. Probably they are not going to catch Thorkelsson in 5th. This is Palmason, and well, Palmason has jumped Kaminskas and taken 6th position away from him. Now Sarma goes by Kaminskas. And Slamantashvili does the same. Now there is Palmason who lets them by on the straight before turn 1. Blue flags are still shown, and it's because Kelsinis, Jasiulevicius and Kelsinis are closing in as well. .145 to go, and it means that leaders are now on their penultimate lap. And Submarine is really full. Oh, Sarma is this time very much sideways entering turn 6, but somehow saves it, and track is becoming slippery. That's because certainly the reason why he was sideways, and a few seconds later Kutslamasashvili was also certainly was surprise for them, because in this part of track probably there is no so much rain. Now final lap has just begun. No changes in top 2 for I don't know how many laps. For the best part of those 20 minutes, those 19 minutes and 20 seconds actually. And Kutslamasashvili has made no attempt to attack Sarma. Meanwhile, Jasiulevicius is already some 9 seconds behind Kutslamasashvili, but Kelsinis has caught him, so there is a real battle now going on for 3rd. Kelsinis certainly, as a winner from race 1, wants to add at least 3rd. Not to stay in 4th. But those two are now very close to the finish, and time has ticked to 0 already. So Artur Sarma has won the 2nd BMW Turbo Cup race in front of Artyom Kutslamasashvili. But who is going to be 3rd? Is it Jasiulevicius? Yes, it is. He crossed the line just 0.7 seconds before Algirdas Kelsinis. Brynjolfur Thorkelsson will be 5th behind them, then Jon Palmason 6th and Tadagas Kaminskas 7th. Latter two were lapped by leaders. Thorkelsson, meanwhile, is still somewhere out on the track, trying to complete his final lap. And here are the results as well. So that's all with our sprint races today. My clock tells me it's 17:39, sorry, now, and it means that in 21 minutes the 2-hour endurance race should start. And it starts because Race director has announced the pit lane opening and closing times. Now over to Pavlo.
So it's time to celebrate. So first category, BMW 325 Cup, overall standing and third position, Ragnar Meilands from Estonia. Well done. Take my way, take your position number 3. So driver on 7th place, and he's from France, Leo Messenger. And finally, winner in this category is Aurimas Pistautas from Lithuania, local hero. So it's a good idea to find some prizes for our driver. So, driver Ragnar Meilands from Estonia, 3rd place. Take your prizes. Well done. Our compliments. The driver on position number 3. So again, the messenger driver to position number 2 this time. And again, our winner, Aurimas Pistautas. Very well done. Your applause, of course. It's time to do some photos with our winners, of course. You can take top position to be closer to each other. Yes. For a photo. Maybe you can take your prize, but anyway, let's show your figures. Well done. And as I know now, it's something like 10 minutes before we will continue with another podium ceremonies. But anyway, our compliments to winners in BMW 325 Cup class. Well done, guys. And it looks like it's time to see a winner from another category in BMW Turbo Cup. Let's see who won this category. Okay. No. Okay. Artur Sarma. Looks like he's here. So, looks like he's in another place. Okay. Maybe it's time to see that, guys. And so. Okay. Guys, give us some space for winner in a BMW Turbo Cup and Cup another cars. We need some space here. So winner, and I think we can see 6 another cars a little bit later, but anyway, please be careful. Looks like quite chaotic, but anyway. So. Oh, together like this?
And welcome back again, and it's the final race of the day. Over 2 hours endurance race, Ankang Endurance Academy for smaller classes and Hankook Academy Challenge for faster, higher classes. There are 18 cars on the track, and as endurance race goes, they will race 2 hours. There will be a mandatory pit stop between 50th and 70th minutes, which compulsory lap time of 10 minutes. So you have to stay stationary for 10 minutes, or is it measured from entering the pits to exiting the pits? I'm not sure. Perhaps the latest. It depends on the track configuration, and actually it's not stated in the regulations as well. So here we see basically many cars we have seen already in sprint races, but not all. And actually we have not 18 but 17 cars, because car number 069 Rainpex by GSR has not started. That's a team name, and you can see team names in the timing tower as well. Different classes starting from ABCs and up to BTC4. Number 17 car is BMW M3 driven by Aurimas Mištautas. So very different cars, very different speeds, of course, as track is a little bit wet still. It's somehow equalizing them, but sun is shining and the track will surely dry out, although you could see unfortunately, I can't tell you who are driving this car, because timing tower shows only time names. Well, this is very familiar car, isn't it? Number 22 Roda Racing, which Arturo Sarma just a few minutes ago drove to the victory in BMW Turbo Cup second race here. This car is now currently in third position overall. Yes, unfortunately I have only a preliminary entry list, which doesn't include car number 59, so I can't tell you who is driving that nice Porsche. A lot of BMWs here in this race as well. One of them, actually the top position, no, not top position, because Porsche is leading, but Aurimas Mištautas in BMW. This one was Aurimas Mištautas. He is overall in second place. He was, of course, winner in BMW 325 Cup first race. Again, number 17, but completely different car. BMW again, but completely different BMW M2. He started from the front row as well. And talking about qualification, these endurance races, if you enter the team or car actually, you can enter 1 or 2 drivers. If you have 2 drivers, then one driver will drive in qualification practice number 1 and another driver will drive in second qualification practice. If you have only one driver, it will drive both the sessions, and the starting order will be determined by adding together the best times from both qualification sessions. So if you look at the timing and see that Baltic Touring Academy, which started from pole position, had a time of 2 minutes 40 seconds, and yes, it is a time for best session, the best laps from session 1 and session 2 added together, so over 2 laps. But this is a real racing here. Number 33 Freetech Racing Team Renault is in the back of this queue. Then Daugavens in number 21. Daugavens Racing in number 25. BMW is in the middle, and Osmo Racing by Baltic Maintenance in front in Honda Civic. So 3 different cars. Honda Civic, BMW 325 and Renault Clio Cup. And there was a big drama already before the start, because LDV Racing Team, which had entered with Honda Civic number 27, it was the car that the Ukama drove to the victory in first BTC1 race, was disqualified due to the illegal fuel, namely endurance races regulations state that you must use regular gas bought from the regular filling station, but that car was running on E85, so they couldn't use that car, and Lelta Ukama and Emil who are driving that car now are running a Mini number 696, and as you can see they are currently 17th or last on the track. And meanwhile the change, Freetech Racing Renault has overtaken Daugavens BMW. Meanwhile, Osmo Racing Honda has escaped from them already. But this is an endurance race. What is happening during first 10 minutes is not so much important. And that was car number 335. In sprint races we saw Ragnar Meilands sitting in it, but here last year BMW Cup champion Richard Shubetskis is driving it for the whole 2 hours, and yeah, it is quite difficult to stay fast for 2 hours, but there are lots of drivers who are doing that, so nothing so special. Meanwhile, Road Racing car number 22, which is driven by Robert Rode and Leo Messenger, they are now lost 1 place to number 335 RS Motorsport. Do I see correctly? Yes, I do, because timing tower RS Motorsport Jurmala, Richard Shubetskis sitting in that car. Of course, there is some confusion, because we have RS Motorsport by Jurmala, which is a BMW driven by Richard Shubetskis, and then we have AS Racing Team, which is Estonian team also in BMW, but BMW M3 and Raigo Sarapuu and Peter Kaira are sharing driving duties in that car. Ooh, very much sideways through turn 6 goes number 22 BMW, but what it told us is that the track is very slippery there still. And that is broken. Yes, there is number 69. Number 69, Dvaras Racing BMW has hit something. Half of front bumper has gone. I think they must enter the pits for repairs because car is dropping one bit after another onto the track. It may be dangerous. So sooner or later, I guess, car will be shown technical flag. They are losing time anyway. Probably this car has hit something or somebody, some other car or wall with the front right corner. There, see, safety blinkers are on. Emergency lights are on, and I wonder, I'm really surprised if that car is not going to enter the pits right now. Faster cars going around it. Number 69 Dvaras Racing BMW is driven by Renaldas Mackiewicz and Ingrida Kulikauskiene. Unfortunately, I'm not able to tell you who is at the wheel currently, but mechanics are already waiting for the car to enter the pits. And there is one Mini standing on the track as well. That's the reason why yellow flag is out. And it looks like on the outside of turn 10. And it may be the reason why that number 69 BMW was broken if they had contact. But again, I can't tell you. And safety car now goes out because car is stranded at the track side, and to remove it safely, the safety car will gather all the competitors behind it. And as we saw, it was Mini standing there. It should be number 696 LDV Racing team, which was forced to change their car from Honda Civic to Mini. Sadly, the race seems to be over after first 15 minutes. Also, of course, it is being endurance race. They can tow the car back to the pits, do their repair works and return to the track. On the other hand, to be classified, you have to cover at least 50% of the distance covered by winner, and having big troubles also already in first 10 or 15 minutes certainly will not help you. And this BMW is also have some broken parts in its cooling system, and that's probably the reason why he moved so slowly, not to overheat the engine. And yes, Ingrida Kulikauskiene is at the wheel. Whatever happened there, was it her fault or was it someone else involved there? But looks like she will be able to return to the track. If the radiator in the front right corner was not damaged, then to replace or reconnect the tubes is not that difficult. It looks like they're going to reattach the front bumper. It's exactly what they are doing. So Kulikauskiene is... Ah, that is Renault. Renault Clio is at the verge of the track. That is Freetech Racing Team car number 33. All kinds of dramas already in first 15 minutes. We went the endurance race over 2 hours, and just after 15 minutes, after 7 laps for them, your race is basically over. Even if they are able to return to the track, whatever the reason was for this towing away, it's difficult to hope for a reasonable result. Yeah, duct tape is universal. It's very universal when repairing your car. And yes, there is Mini as well, so there were 2 cars. Number 69 BMW looks like returning to the race. Yes, Ingrida Kulikauskiene will arrive out of the pits back to the track, and as safety car is out, the loss is not so big. Number 696 Mini is on the flatbed already. You can see some damage at the front end. And Renault, it is looks like Renault stands at turn 1. It is on the flatbed now as well. But what's the situation on the track? Number 59, Baltic Karting Academy Porsche is leading the race with number 17, Agnese BMW M3 in third. Then number 335, AS Motorsport Jurmala is in third. Number 22, Roda Racing in fourth. Number 79, Reinup Motorsport, another BMW in fifth. Then number 28, Dream to Drive BMW. Yes, BMW with Henrikas Klepikas and Kratas Karetskas in sixth. Then number 24, Osmo Racing Team by Baltic Maintenance. Honda Civic with Maximum Deirkov and Kasparas Skirelis is in 7th. 8th is Taugavis Racing BMW number 25. 9th is number 55 Devas Racing by KTK. Another BMW, and top 10 is completed by number 87 AS Racing Team. This time it's Estonian team in another BMW. So here you see all cars are gathered behind the safety car, but as some of them are already lapped, this is not the proper order. Autos in number 17 Agnieszka car is 4th in this queue because there are 2 lapped cars already in front of him, actually lapped cars by the leader. Cars going through turn 6 towards turn 7. I think at least one flatbed truck is still on the track, so safety car will go on to the next lap. Maybe only then the racing will resume. So we have lost 2 cars out of 17 which started the race. And number 69 Baltic Racing BMW we saw in the pits performing repairs is 2 laps down now, and number 696 Mini is back in the pits. But number 33 Renault just appeared at turn 9, so probably this lap will be the last one behind safety car. Because cars crashed or those technical issues, they are now recovered to the pit. And some 20 start of the race. Of course, best lap time has been 1:21.2, while number 17 BMW has managed 1:27.9, so 6.5 seconds at least faster. No question which car is fastest on the track. So let's see what happens at the end of this lap. Track should be alright now. And all remaining competitors are in one long queue behind the safety car, and yes, safety car lights are out. It means that racing will resume at the end of this lap. And we still have 1 hour and 34.5 minutes to go. So here we go again. Low flags have been removed. And number 59 Porsche goes its way already. No one in sight. Next two cars are lapped by the leader, and at BMW number 17, 1 year as a team, driven by Andis Meilands, is actually second, but Meilands can't overtake. Which is in front, but on the other hand, there is nothing to worry. There is nothing to worry for Meilands as well, because the next car, 335 BMW, it's not the next one, because 335 BMW is now taken by number 22 BMW. Lots of BMWs in this picture. And number 17 now, Andis Meilands, is the leftmost in this picture. And number 22 and 335 BMWs, they are fighting for positions. Second, third and fourth respectively. Actually, number 17 BMW in this trio must be much faster than 22, which in turn should be much faster than 335. Now on lap car. Became now lapped. It was lapped only by a leader. It was number 24, Osmo Racing Honda Civic, which is in 7th overall. So yes, the speed differences are huge. This is interesting comparison now. Number 22 is BMW Turbo Cup car. Number 335 is BMW 325 Cup car. The car in front has 40 horsepower more. He has, I don't know how many Newton meters more. It has bigger tires. It has semi-automatic gearbox. And whatever, but can they go through turn 3 side by side? Yes, they did. But Richard Szubecki's in number 335 car is certainly thinking about overtaking that bright yellow BMW in front of him. And Andis Meilands in number 17 BMW can't escape from them. And now Szubecki is showing him everywhere, and he's forcing the driver in front to make a mistake. I don't know who is there in number 22 car. Is it Robert Rode or is it the message? I would think it's Rode, but can't be sure. And I remind you, this is endurance race over 2 hours. We have just half an hour run from the start, 1.5 hours still to go, and this is battle for position. And now, wow, what a maneuver! There was slightest of the gaps, but Shubetskis dived into it and successfully complete the maneuver. Although the track on the inside was a little bit wet and slippery, he went for it and successfully took the position. The track conditions are certainly improving again. Even in turns 6 and 7, the try line is emerging already. Those starting on Nankang AR1 semi-slicks, they have no difference. They will, if they change the tires, they will use the same tires, but those cars which are starting on proper rain tires, there can't be many of them, BTC4 and basically 2 cars, I guess, only. Number 59 and number 17. If they have full wet tires, they must change to slicks because the track is drying out, and if you are running wet tires, wet weather tires on this kind of surface, it will destroy your tires very quickly. But now Shubetskis has caught Mistautas despite having much weaker car. Comparing lap times, Shubetskis in 3:35 was some 4 tenths quicker than Mistautas in number 17. They're both driving full 2 hours, not changing drivers. There's clear evidence that number 17 BMW M5 has upper end on the straights. Stop speed is much higher thanks to the more powerful engine, but Shubetskis is taking huge chunks of time back through the turns, especially at the back end of the track, and it suggests me that whatever tires Mistautas has, he was backing off, especially here through turns 6 and 7. Maybe he has kind of slicks or whatever. And they are just going to reach their working temperature. Now this time around it's clear that Mistautas was much faster. And the timing tells us that not that much, actually, only 7 tenths faster than Shubetskis in much weaker car. And they are disputing P2 and P3. Meanwhile, number 22 BMW, which was in third just a few laps ago, has now dropped away from this pair. Not even in the same picture anymore. Some 7 seconds behind. And now Mistautas is going to catch number 84 Peugeot, which has taken 2 victories today already in the hands of Artur Stanilevskis, was double winner in ABC races, the most weak cars, which according to the regulations can't have more than 75 horsepower as a production car. Okay, as a racing car they may have a few horsepower more, but not by much. The leader meanwhile has a lead of 35 seconds, so Aurimas Misnautas, that red and black BMW, he's currently second, but there is 35 gap to the leader in front of him. Meanwhile, Shubetskis has closed in again. Here they go. So his BMW Cup car is very well sorted out last year. He took it to the Baltic Championship, winning almost thing possible. Ragnar Simuland is running this car in this year's championship, and now Mr. Autos was really badly stuck behind slower cars at the chicane. But did he get away with it? I think in the end he even may have gained something. Yes, for sure he gained, because Kubetskis got stuck behind the same cars as well, and in even worse places. And you can see what can happen when you meet back markers in wrong place. You can't select, you can't choose where to overtake them. It just happens, it just happens. And while the gap at the line was 0.6 seconds 1 lap ago, now when both Misnautas and Shubetskis will cross the line for 21st time, the gap has grown to 2.4 seconds, so Shubetskis lost almost 2 seconds because he hit the back markers in really bad place. Two Honda S2000s now been overtaken by number 22 BMW, which is in 4th overall. Those Hondas are, one is for Autokas Lita number 96, and number 97 is also Autokas Lita team car, but Autokas Lita ladies, driven by Liveta Cekanovskaite and Deimante Volbekaite, while number 96 is driven by Kastitis Volbekas and Valdasar Unkjavicius. So running friendly together in P11 and P12. Not very quickly, but hey, this is an endurance race. You have to make it to the finish. And now over to Pavlo.
we have Geert Daugaviņš here from Daugaviņš, some like motorsport, because it's father and his son on the track right now. And how's going your race and race of your son?
The start is good, then change weather, little bit rainy more, and little bit release gas, and I think because too damage today is too much for him, and little bit more safety, because I need to drive, because I after 15 minutes need to bring this car and drive 1 hour.
So what is your strategy? I know that first pit stop is possible after 50 minutes of the race. At what time you want to change your son?
We need to drive 15 minutes, 50 to 1 hour, 10 minutes to don't lose the time, because if we change earlier, we need one more change, and it is not good for time.
Okay, let's see, and I wish you good luck, and good luck to your son, Emil. So what is your strategy? I know that first pit stop is possible after 50 minutes.
That was Geert Daugaviņš, his son now in the car, Emil Daugaviņš in the car number 25, which is currently in 8th, not involved in any battles. But here this bright green car which just disappeared from your screens is Dream to Drive BMW 28, driven by Henrikas Klepikas and Grantas Kareckas. I don't know which of them is currently at the wheel, but we saw Klepikas in trouble during the sprint races, but his co-driver Grantas Kareckas, those who are doing sim racing and especially Stateta Bro Competizione, those should know that Grantas Kareckas is one of the best drivers, sim racing drivers in that environment in the world. Low Fuel Motorsport is a dedicated sim racing website, and if you look there, Grantas Kareckas is number 5 in the world among tens of thousands of sim racers in Assetto Corsa Competizione. But he should do well in this car as well, because ACC is usually driven in GT3 cars, and this BMW Cup car is much lower, so much easier to handle and control. Anyway, this car is our leaders, number 59 Baltic Karting Academy. They are now going to complete lap number 25. And the lead is huge, some 40 seconds perhaps. The best lap is 1:20.117. They are certainly cruising now, not pushing anymore, because there is no point to do it. If we have in first 43 minutes such a huge lead, basically they are gaining 1 second per every minute of driving. Now for them it's just going about to bring it home safely, don't hit any problems, make smooth pit stop. And the leaders are already catching cars in positions 4 and 5, and number 28 BMW is catching number 22. Again, it's the same thing we saw a little bit earlier, that BMW 325 Cup car is able to catch BMW Turbo Cup car, and it is very sideways through turn 1. Certainly some time was lost there now. Gap was just 1.7 seconds on the line. And yes, leading car is, whoa. Number 22 was on the curbs, exiting in 6 and again sideways. So something is not right with that car. Meanwhile, leader has caught number 22 BMW, but again in very uncomfortable place, going into the chicane, and number 22 is all over the place, going sideways through almost every corner. And windscreen wipers are on, and why they are on can be only one reason: rain is falling again. And really, lap times have dropped significantly. The track has become more slippery again. Now number 28 was stuck behind the lower car. But the situation is not over, because there are more slow cars in front of this battling duo. Very important for one of Honda's number 96, who is a male team, was in trouble. They got the finished chicane, but nothing serious happened. Both cars are continuing, and again men took the leading role as they are running in formation. And you see what happened. What happened to the slower cars. Number 22 has now at least 100-meter gap to number 28 BMW, and all because they were hitting, not in the prime sense of the word, they met slower cars in different positions in different parts of the track. And here again, number 22 gains some valuable seconds. And 48 minutes have passed since the start of the race, and it means that in just 2 minutes the pit stop window will be opened. So what the gap between 22 and 28 BMWs is, it was about 2 seconds 1 lap ago. Now it is 8 seconds. So passing back markers quickly is very important skill for endurance racers. If you're driving in multi-class races where cars have very different speeds, you must be decisive, but on the other hand not to take too much risks. The leading Porsche has switched off its windscreen wipers, so if there was a rain, no, He's still using them in some parts of the track. Laps are now completed by leader, and track is drying again. Lap times are improving. Can be clearly seen from this Porsche. We had a couple of laps in 124s. Now it was 122.3, while the fastest lap is 120.1. So track is not in the ideal condition, but it's improving little by little. Now pit stop window is basically open. 50 minutes have passed since the start. And over to Pavlo. Not yet, not yet. The race is going on. You can't see anybody entering the pits yet. As Kirsten explained, you can't make a stop too early because otherwise you will run out of fuel during the second stint. And that pit stop between minutes 50 and 70 means you must enter pits in that time window. And here is car entering the pits. It is number 69 BMW. We saw it in the pits once already. That one was an emergency, but now are other cars, and number 17 BMW Andis Meilands is in the pits as well. And you can see actually it's not in the pits because pit area is very cramped here in Kačerginė, but they are entering the paddock and all the service, refueling, driver change, and so on is performed there. Now several cars are in the pits, but in the case of number 24 Honda, yeah, they are going to refuel it now. They must cover the wheel before starting to refuel. Now, yeah, with a fireproof material, that is exactly what they are doing. And then there is a manual pump with one handle, which can be only used for refueling. This is how it's done. Oh, and you see that for whatever reason the gas is spilling out. Certainly the tank is not full, but there is something wrong with it. And mechanics must wear gloves and glasses as well. It's a safety measure. Tap must be also at the end of the refueling hose. Ah, that was quite quickly. Of course, that Honda is not very thirsty, and if they took a full tank at the start, there was no need to refill it by a quite large amount. A change of driver as well.
You know this how it all is.
Yes.
and it looks like front tires will be changed as well. You can't do anything with the car while it is being refueled. Another safety measure. And with compulsory 10-minute stop, it's for this round only. Usually the duration of the stop is at least 5 minutes. You have a lot of time to do all the needed things at the car. Now mechanic is looking at the tab, but taking a new one, I guess. It wasn't that bad, but still, if you can change them, this is front-wheel drive car, which does everything with its front wheels, braking, turning, and accelerating. So front tires get a lot of punishment. In that sense, it's much easier with rear-wheel drive cars, where acceleration or those horsepower go through rear tires, while fronts are used mainly for braking and turning. So number 69 BMW, we saw it at emergency pit stop in the beginning of the race. Now it's a regular pit stop. Ingrida Kulikauskiene is out of the car, Renaldas Mackiavicius is in. They are in P15, which is the last one among cars still in race, but the main thing, they are still in race. And from the windscreen you can see that some drizzle is still on. Not heavy rain, but not dry weather as well. The other cars, number 17 is on the left and number 55 in front of you. And really, if you have 10 minutes for compulsory pit stop, you can basically get out of the car, drink coffee, have a sandwich, then return to the car and drive the second stint. Meanwhile, race is going on. Leaders are still on the track in number 59 Porsche. They are going to complete their lap number 36 in a few seconds. Meanwhile, Dream to Drive BMW is being refueled. So where is the... It is now violation of regulations. Certainly there is... Yes. Wheel is not... Is it covered? No, it's covered. It's covered. Sorry for that.
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes in endurance racing we can see just one driver, like in this car, Agnieszka and Aurimas Mistauskas, our driver. Aurimas, please talk with us and let's say a couple words.
Yeah, it's very difficult conditions. Every time the track is changing. It's going dry and then start rain like now. And you always need to find the grip, so it's quite difficult. Too much power with this tire for this car.
Thanks, good luck. So as a manager, a manager of this team, told that driver needs to stay 10 minutes. So 10 minutes for pit stop and let's go green again for Aurimas Mištauskas. Sorry, Mištautas.
So yes, it's not calm before the storm, but rather calm in the middle of storm. Also, on the other hand, it's an endurance race, and there has been not a lot of action we usually see in sprint races. Teacher Shubetskis is sitting in this car, which was driven in sprint races by Ragnar Simuland. Actually, it's exactly the same car which brought Shubetskis to last year's championship. So very familiar to him. And we could see during the first hour that he was really fast. In it, fought for second position with BMW M3 Aurimas Mištautas, so it's much more powerful car. His father, Norman Shubetskis, was there with keys, and this is Mištautas returning to the track. So his pit stop for 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. It will be maybe 10 minutes past since he entered the pit area. One of few ABC race cars entered for the 2-hour race. Number 6, of course, JV Racing. But then again, I can't tell you. Andis Meilands is driving it for the whole duration of the race. He drove in sprint races as well. So this light pink car.
7 minutes, but he will take a pee break.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not fun. You can see that Andis Meilands is now running towards the field toilets. If you have 10-minute pit stop, then you can have this luxury as well.
Haris, maybe you can take some
No,
words for...
I can, if you want.
Okay, great idea. So at least we can talk about race and pit stop. What is your name?
Yanis.
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 So, Yanis from JL Racing Academy, yes? Okay, nice. What you can talk us about race of Laube? Because he is absent right now.
He is a bit busy now, yeah, he is, but I think it's always good. Toyota cars are usually very reliable, so for the endurance racing, it's the best we can get. Yeah, he's doing decent lap times and he's stable and without any mistakes. Maybe just a bit. We can see on the tires they are a little bit dirty, so he ran somewhere a little bit off the track. But otherwise, I think everything goes to plan. As those are ABC race cars, they are pretty good on fuel economy as well. So as you can see, we don't need to refuel anything. So this is just like a hard on-track racing training 2 hours.
Oh yes. And a couple words about your race.
It's interesting. It's quite funny with a lot of strong cars, but in the wet they are not anymore so fast. I'm quitting again close to them, but made small mistakes. One BMW pushed me a little bit outside the track, so had excursion outside in the gravel, but I sometimes do rallies, so it's okay for me.
So, paldies!
Okay, ačiū.
So the man who gave an interview in between was Andis Meilands, himself a former race driver, and I strongly suspect that JV Academy is named after him, after his initials. Now Sandis Laube is ready to continue, and rain is falling, you can see. And again, I remind you that those ABC cars are running on Falcon tires, and we saw in the morning during the sprint that those very weak maximal 75 horsepower cars were faster on those tires than than V1600 cars on non-conc tires. So those Falcons are better in the wet than non-concs. And that's why Laube told that the difference is not that big, which he used to see in the dry conditions. Anyway, he is now back in the car. If the belts are fastened, puts gloves on, and onto the track he returns. Yeah, it's quite strange if you have 10 minutes of it's quite strange if you have 10 minutes of pit stop, but it's the same for everybody. And here Richard Szubecki's in 335 BMW is returning onto the track. He should be still in third, but let's see. I guess that, yeah, I'm sure that number 22 Rotor Racing was the last one to enter the pits. They probably have already, because they have inherited the lead, while number 59 Baltic Karting Academy Porsche entered the pits. So we will see what the situation is after the pit stop cycle is completed. And now is Kirstaugovic at the wheel. Then Dream to Drive BMW number 28. Beat now Henrikas Klepikas or Grantas Karetskas. I really don't know which of them. But this is Richard Szubecki's. Oh, a little bit sideways through turn 6, but not too bad. As there is a minimum time for the pit stop, it means no one can gain anything during the pit stop time if you are not missing your things up. If you're doing too long a pit stop, then you just lose time. If the pit stop will be too short, then you will be penalized. Now Dagovic, BMW number 25, which is currently 9th, but I think they should get back some positions when all the pit stops will be completed. We can see in the timing screen pit stops, sorry, the lap times of 8 minutes and 7 minutes something. So it means they have just returned from their pit stops. And that is number 33 Renault Clio having half spun exiting turn 1. This car was almost retired after first 10 or 12 minutes of racing, but now they have returned onto the track. Car number 33, Freetech Racing Team, Tomas Jatkavicius, Modesta Solis, sharing the driving duties, but it has been a full disaster for them. First almost retiring, being towed back to the pits on the flatbed truck, and then spinning. Of course, spinning was just a short episode. The time lost there was very short compared to that almost retirement. So Baltic Karting Academy have now taken back their lead. They are in first position again, but let's see what happens with the next positions. Anyway, it looks like Richard Szubecki is in number 335. BMW has jumped number 17 BMW with Aurimas Mistautas at the wheel. So here comes the leader. Number 59 Baltic Karting Academy Porsche Cayman. Screen wipers fully on, despite sun shining at the track. Yes, sun may shine, but through these turns 6 and 7, track is again very wet. Some spray forming behind the cars as well, and it tells the story. 7.5 minutes to go. Now we can definitely be sure that the track is not going to dry up completely. So it's a clear story with leaders, but what about second and third placed car? Yes, number 335 AS Motorsport Jurmala BMW is now full 10 seconds in front of number 17 BMW Anniese. Richard Szubecki is 10 seconds in front of Aurimas Mistautas. And number 22 Roder Racing BMW is further 17 seconds behind number 17. This car number 25 at Daugavins Racing BMW is 7th currently. Oh, how slippery is here. And I'm almost sure that Aurimas Mistautas is running, if not full slicks, but some kind of semi-slicks, because he's going so slowly there. Unbelievably slowly. It's just a speculation, of course, but maybe he pokered on track drying up, which has not happened. Oh, and number 33 car is stuck again, second time during this race, and I would think it is turn 1 again, also in different position. The car spun a few laps ago in exactly, actually half spun, almost in exactly the same place, trying to free itself. If he only turns his front wheel straight, he can get out from there. And I think he gets, wow, nice try. But don't go into gravel. Don't go into gravel, then you have no need to get you free from there. It's what wise men say. Stotos is going very slowly again through turns 6 and 7, and you can see the track is fully wet there. Headlight reflecting from that track surface, covered with water. But here it's much better through turn 9 and towards the start-finish area. We still have 16 cars perhaps circulating. Number 33 is not shown in the timing screen. As moving, they are covered less than 50% of, yes, less than 50% of the leader's laps. But they can enter that window if they keep going now. So is it safety car or is it double yellow? But for whatever reasons, cars are going very slowly. That's local yellow, I guess, but what's the reason?
We found our driver, our leader on the distance from Baltic Karting Academy, and he is Vilius Rashkevičius. So tell us through about your, at least half of the race.
Okay, I'm Rokas Kvedaras, sorry, not Vilius. Vilius is driving right
sorry,
now.
Rokas, yes, Kvedaras.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, the first half of the race was quite interesting because in the beginning it was very difficult to understand if we need rain tires or not, and we are on a different class, so we are using different tires like than the others. So we are using the rain tire, and this rain tire is much faster than the others. So I knew that if the rain is going on, we have an advantage to the others, and if rain stops, then there is a problem because the rain tire begins to overheat, and there is no grip, and we need to stop to change the tire to the slick tire. So then we are in a not favored position. So I was trying to push, and then there was, the safety car which closed the gaps again. So again I was pushing, and that rain started once again. So it was a little bit lucky for us.
Yes, and I found you on that grandstand. So please tell about driving style of your teammate.
Yeah, my teammate, he's also my coach, driving coach. So actually he's the example for me how to do that. Yeah, and all the day he was watching my driving and telling where we can improve and where can I find a little bit more speed. And we're also working on the simulators. So all these lessons now are kind of implemented in practice. So it was very good, very interesting to do that. And actually, you know, you're trying the things, you understand it's working and so on. Nevertheless, I have quite a big experience in driving, but all these new things, all these new approaches and other things are quite interesting and very useful for me.
So thanks for the interview, and let's go to grandstand to see.
Simulators. So all these lessons.
And that's exactly what was to expect. Rokas Kviadaras, who drove the first stint in number 59 Porsche, told that he was on rain tires, and I think the car is on rain tires now as well, but the track is drying out and it's certainly not favoring them anymore. But I'm not sure about BMW number 17, which tires it is using. Still, number 17 BMW now is closing into number 335 BMW. Very careful in the back part of the track through turn 6 and 7, where the track was at its wettest. And looking at Porsche going through turns 2, 3, you can't tell that the track is completely dry here, although it's drying out. But with 39 minutes to go, it remains to be seen, but I suspect we may have a fully dry driving line towards the end of the race. But maybe not in this part of track. It was number 22 now overtaking 28. They are in positions 4 and 5, but separated by 1 full lap. So it was not for a position. But number 22 BMW is still in contention for top 3 overall. Meanwhile, the gap between 335 BMW and 17 BMW has dropped just to 1.4 seconds. So now Meilands certainly has hit the groove and is closing in rapidly to the second placed Żiedas. Here they are, and they have already swapped the positions. So number 17 is now in front of 335 and now arriving on the drier and faster part of the track. Meilands should be able to pull away, and it is exactly what happens, putting his BMW M3 into good use. And this part of track, which should be the driest one, because it's out in the sun and going straight. Oh, and very wide line for Meilands. Maybe it was a deliberate move. Still, Żiedas is not giving up, that's for sure. We saw it in the first part of the race. When Meilands overtook him, he stayed with a much faster and more powerful car. And it paid out nicely, at least for a moment, because we saw how Żiedas took P2 after pit stops. But now Meilands have caught him quite quickly and overtaken as well. certainly, as the more that track dries out, the better for Mistautas it will be. And as the sun is shining, we can't see the clouds around the track, but the sun has shown now for about 10 or 15 minutes already, so probably no more rain here, and it plays nicely into Mistautas' hands. Meanwhile, what is happening elsewhere? Number 22 road racing BMW can't keep up with those cars. Number 17 and 335 losing about 2.5 seconds per lap, but they are firmly in fourth. And over to Pavlo.
So here we have Carlos, and he's quite busy man, because he has even three different teams on the track. Please talk us through about these teams and your job on this race.
So right now, this race I'm watching Mistautas with the NSM3. So the conditions, I'm talking about the conditions, it's very tricky because we are driving with a Nankang tire, and this car has a lot of power and no ABS, no traction control. It's very, very hard to drive it. So Mistautas is struggling and even hardly gets away from the BMW 3-5 Cup. So, but everything else okay. We did a pit stop. We had a little problem on the start of the car. But right now everything is okay. We are in P2.
Nice to hear about it. And what's your target after this race?
For this race target, I mean P2 is maximum what we can do, because Porsche, which is in first place, is driving with the wet tires. We are driving with the semi-slick tires, so it's not possible to compete because Porsche is driving in another class. So yeah, so it's our place where we have to be.
Thanks for interview and have a nice race.
And here's the truth, Aurimas Mistautas BMW M3 is definitely on Nankang semi-slicks, as we heard, and that's the reason why he's struggling so much, especially we saw in turns 6 and 7, which is the wettest part of the track. Ago he was basically at tortoise space there, and that's the reason why number 335 BMW but those two cars with so different engines, one having BMW M3 engine and another one BMW 325 engine, they are basically equal in these conditions, because you can't put that power onto the tarmac through the tires. It's as simple as it is. Lot of lapping going here. It is number 22 BMW which tries to navigate its way through the bunch of much slower cars. Number 2 road racing BMW is firmly in 4th position. There is no one to catch in front, and there is no danger from behind. This is battle for second. Mistautas has now found maybe a second or two. Yeah, they come up from turn 6, and while the dry line is forming, it is certainly beneficial for Mistautas, although he is very, very careful still here. You can see and hear and sense it. On the other hand, Šubetskis can push here, because he knows that it is his only chance. If the track continues to dry out, you will lost out. You can't do anything against the power of M3. Yeah, but that's the beauty of endurance race, especially in the wet. It's not car which is driving, it's the driver together with car, and in certain circumstances you can lose all your advantage which you had. Šubetskis went for lapping a slower car, and instantly there were big rooster tails behind his car, because track outside the racing line is still very wet everywhere, even in those places where sun is, which are exposed to sun. And now Mistautas is catching number 79, Reino Motorsport, older BMW M3. And overtaking it. This time he managed to be some half a second faster than Šubetskis in number 335 car. Maybe he gains some tenths more, having better place to overtake the slower cars. Šubetskis must now lap another slow one. Perhaps it didn't hinder him too much. "27 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So the final quarter of the race is underway already. Leading car number 59 Porsche is in completely different league compared to others. They are leading now by more than 2 laps. Here comes second car in overall classification, number 17 BMW Agnieszka team, who is Aurimas Mistautas at the wheel. And Mistautas has managed to increase the gap to third place car, number 335 AS Motorsport Jurmara car with Richard Šubetskis, to 3.5 seconds. And over to Pablo.
So we can see almost close, you know, RS Motorsport Jurmala team and their driver Richard Šubetskis on the track, and as that lady, okay, we have ladies, they told me that this driver really likes this track, and this is his favorite track, and he will try his best to try at least to get second position of this endurance race. And so it is what it is. Everyone wants to go to Riga as soon as possible, not just like driver, but all of this crew. So, see you later.
Yes, they are packing up already because the racing day is closing to its conclusion. Just 25.5 minutes to go. But second position is certainly not decided yet. Mistautas generally is a little bit faster than Šubecki's. Now Šubecki's, you see, is stuck behind two slow cars which are fighting between themselves, and it was now very crucial for Mistautas. I think he gained here good 3 or 4 seconds maybe. Let's see, at the end of the lap the gap was 3.1 seconds 1 lap ago. Now here comes Mistautas, and only here is Šubecki's. Oh, I almost hear the swearing from the car. But yeah, this is endurance racing, multi-class endurance racing. Whatever situation may hit you, you must be ready to deal with it, even if you lose some time. So let's see what the gap is. It was 3.1, now it's 4.8. I think that actually Šubecki's did very well.
And we have one driver from Freitag Racing Team, Modestas Solis. Modestas, please tell about your race and how it's going.
Well, the race started good. Started from the last places because in qualification we were driving just one qualification, and the pace was very good. But I had the accident with the Mini. She was. I was taking her one lap, and we both touched wheel to wheel and have broken the tie rod. And for me the race was finished, but now we fixed it and going to the finish.
At least it's not good or bad, it's just about experience, and you definitely need it. So good luck in the next race.
And we are really getting wiser with every interview now. We learned that while those two cars were towed away, we didn't see the reason. We just saw they were standing at the trackside, but Renault and number 696 Mini in turn 1. Meanwhile, Richard Šubecki's has found half a second close to number 17 car of Aurimas Mistautas once again, but the gap is now 4.2 seconds, and it may be too much, because if the track is becoming drier, and it is becoming drier, dries up all the time, then Mistautas' benefit will be larger and larger and larger. He will become faster and faster as his tires will. Actually, tires work the same way, but the car will be able to utilize the tires. That's probably the best description. This car number 69 had its own for is at the beginning of the race. We didn't see what was the reason, but the car made emergency pit stop, was repaired. Front end was damaged quite heavily, but car was repaired and now it's running and not in the last place. Lap times are not anything special, but 1:37s and 32s even. That's quite good. They are now Dvaras Racing in 13th position and maybe even able to catch number 96 Autokas Lita Honda S2000, which is some, let's see, probably not catching. They can, yes, they can catch, but they are still one lap down, so no improvement even if they catch that Honda. But anyway, if you have such a big problem at the start of the race, you manage to repair your car, go back to the track and show reasonable lap times, then you're almost a winner. Because it's endurance race, it's not only about speed, it's about endurance as well. Now Richard Šubetskis has lost full 3 seconds, almost 3 seconds to Aurimas Mištautas. Their gap has grown to 7.6 seconds, and the lap time Mištautas showed 1:22.8. Actually, it's not close to his best, but by far better than Šubetskis, 1:24.8. So that fight is probably clearing out as well. And step by step, Mištautas is going further and further away from his rival. But having said that, the next lap, Šubetskis was almost 2 seconds faster. So again, it's about where and how you meet the back markers, how you can overtake them, how long you get stuck behind them. Number 55, Devas Racing by KTK Racing Division BMW is currently in 8th. It's BMW 325 Cup car, so no, not that powerful, and I suspect it's Mištautas' last year car probably, although I'm not sure. Still, it's running steady and being 8th overall. Augustas Bieliauskas and Tinas Dambrauskas are the drivers. That's our third place car, 335 BMW, Richard Šubetskis. This time was a little bit slower, 4 tenths slower than Aurimas Mištautas, but with 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go, it is not over, it is not certainly over. And Šubetskis press is on. You can see that Mištautas gets further and further from him. But until you have not seen the checkered flag, everything is possible. That's the reason why Shubetskis is not releasing his pace. He's pushing on full power. But another second was lost this time around. Some time was lost here as well, because Shubetskis slid wide in turn 1. The dry line becomes wider and wider and wider everywhere on the track. Let's see what the situation is in the backside here. Turn 5. Almost no dry line, but here it emerges again. Turn 6 and 7. Here between the trees it should be a little bit more slippery, not that bad as it was about half an hour ago. And now here Shubetskis catches 2 slower cars in one go. And again, Mistautas has gained some valuable tenths. And drying track of course plays into his hands as well. This part of track, starting from turn 5 through turns 6. Turn 6 is actually double apex. And then here to turn 7 is the part of track where he must be especially cautious, because the power of his BMW M3 can easily break the grip of those Ankang semi-slicks on damp track, damp tarmac. Here Mistautas is going to overtake 6th placed car, number 79, Renault Motorsport BMW, who is Sven Karus at the wheel. Actually he has done it already. M3s from different generations. Mistautas one is much newer and much faster as well. And looking at the timing screen, number 84 Portman Racing car is 10th position overall. Actually, that car is ABC Racing car, 1.4 liter engine Peugeot 206, and it is 10th overall. It will be overtaken by RS Racing Team BMW M3. The gap was just 3 seconds or a little bit more between them, so there can be no questions. But even being in 11th would be a huge success for them. So Mistautas here, and again he gained more than 1 second over Rieves Tour. Lead over about 335. BMW is now more than 8 seconds. And yes, Portman Racing Peugeot was duly overtaken by RS Racing Team BMW. Now they are 10th and 11th, but compare the BMW M3 who is Peugeot 206. Okay, you can't compare them actually. Similar BMWs with very similar liveries, but totally different cars. This one, number 55, is BMW 325, and one overtaking is number 17, BMW M3. Again, here you saw how number 55 struggled to overtake that Autokaslita Honda. Had to go over to the wet part of the track, which of course made the overtaking maneuver much more dangerous and brought a loss of a few seconds as well. Under 10 minutes remains to the end of our 2-hour race, and now it seems that the competition for second position is more or less over, as Aurimas Mistautas now he's stuck behind that Toyota of Andis Meilands, overtaking him exiting the chicane, but Aurimas Mistautas in number 17 BMW certainly lost some time here. But Richard Szubecki's in number 335 BMW still was a little bit slower over the full lap. Gap between them is now almost 10 seconds, so if Mistautas can bring car safely home, there is no chance for Szubecki's to catch him. Speed-wise, the difference is not that big between them, but little by little, Mistautas has been able to increase the gap, and Szubecki's has had no answer as the track started to dry out. BMW M3 now can lay its power to the tarmac quite effectively. But this is the leading car, number 59, Baltic Karting Academy Porsche Cayman, which is leading. Actually have led the race from the very beginning, started from pole position, took the lead and has held it through the whole race and just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:19.245. So there is actually no need to push anymore. But with track conditions improving, you actually don't need to do anything special to get better times. Just keep going, and there you are. And number 33, Freitag Racing Team Renault Clio is back in the picture as well. They have now completed 38 laps. Leaders have completed 68, and it means that number 33 Renault is back in that 50% window and will be classified. He there was very careful when overtaking that pink Toyota Yaris in turns 6 and 7. Really, the situation on the track is such that you just need to finish last 5.5 minutes, a little bit more. But dramas still can happen, and it has happened to number 28 car of Dream to Drive, and their dream has gone out of the window. Emergency pit stop just 5 minutes before the finish is not what you are going for. Back to the track, and actually they are not going. Perhaps they will lose one position, no more. Maybe they drop from 5th to 6th. But anyway, they will remain in top 6. Dry line through turns 2 and 3 is now so wide that Mistautas can overtake another car quite easily. It was number 87 AS Racing Team, older BMW M3, Estonian team AS Racing Team, not Latvian team AS Motorsport. Or whatever, AS is very popular abbreviation in motorsport, but in this time I think our first AS is standing for Richard Shubetskis and another one for Raigo Sarapuu, who is one of the drivers of that number 87 car. 3.5 minutes remaining, and number 59 Porsche is about to go over the timing line for 71st time, and I think there will be 3 more laps. And now the duel about 2nd and 3rd place is certainly completed, given that number 17 BMW is Aurimas Mistautas is not going to hit some serious trouble. The gap is already 14 seconds and growing rapidly. So Richard Shubetskis in number 335 BMW is probably decided that it's no more viable to push on full power. He in turn has more than 40 second gap to 4th place number 22 Roda Racing BMW, so quite a safe position as well. And this is number 335 BMW. Richard Shubetskis, AS Motorsport Jurmala team, will be lapped by the leader shortly, and it means he will be 4 laps down. So yes, number 59 is completely different league, especially actually under whatever circumstances, both on wet and on dry track. still running on rain tires, but despite that, are much faster than anybody else. And now it happened. The final lap is going to begin in few seconds. And there is lead car number 59 starting its final lap, lap number 74. And now it's almost certain that number 17 BMW of Agnese team, who is Aurimas Mistautas at wheel, will not be overtaken anymore by this car. Of course, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change any positions. But if you are racing, you try to lose as little as possible, even if the leader is from the different class and having much faster car. And the Dream to Drive actually, despite their late pit stop, hasn't lost their fifth position. They are still fifth in front of number 79 Renault Motorsport BMW. But leading car has now just one more turn to go before the finish. And here they are. Here they are. Checkered flag is out, and number 59 Baltic Karting Academy Porsche Cayman has completed 74 laps and takes the victory in 2-hour endurance race. Number 335 AS Motorsport Jurmala BMW, driven solely by Richard Shubetskis, is already guaranteed. A third position, number 17 Agnese team BMW with Aurimas Mistautas, is still on track, and that car will be second overall. They are, of course, all top three are all from different classes, so they will get winner trophies as well for their respective class victories. And 16 cars will be classified. The only one retired was number 696 Mini, which was involved in collision with number 33 Renault after just 10 or 12 minutes of racing. But this is the winning car. They led from very first meters until to the finish. Actually, they lost their lead during pit stop cycle, but it's only because number 22 car stayed on the track for longer. There was actually no competition. So here are the results. All cars have crossed the finish line except number 6 Toyota Yaris, but it's classified anyway. It's not going to change anyway. So these are the results. Yes, number 6 Toyota, and here it is. He was a little bit in front of leading car when the latter crossed the finish line, so decided it's no worth to cross the finish line once more. Actually, it really didn't change anything. But Andis Meilands decided to enter the pits, although he could have gone over the line as well one more time. So that was it. That was Stateta Bro Grand Prix 2025, first round of Baltic Touring Car Championship this year. first of 6 rounds to be more precise, and the second event will happen in now over to Pablo.
231 kilometers, 70 laps of distance for this driver, one of two drivers of course, because it's Cayman GT4 and our drivers Vilius Reškevičius and Rokas Kvedairas. So very well done, and our deserved winners. And it's a good idea to talk with Vilius. Vilius? Okay, couple last celebration moments before we ask. Okay, we have two drivers from this team. Very well done. So, guys, Vilius, how it was for you?
It was okay. It was fun at the last stint because it was drying very quickly. So the conditions were mixed, so it was very fun.
Okay, and please tell me this procedure of changing drivers, because what you needed to do before Vilius took his place behind the wheel, actually.
Yeah, actually in this race it is not stressy, so we have around 10 minutes for everything, so there is no big stress. We just unbuckle the belts and disconnect the radio. And then when Vilius jumps in, just I need to tighten the lower belts and connect the radio. And the upper belts he manages himself. So yeah, and then the safety net and close the door, and that's it.
And how stressed it was for you?
The change?
Yes.
It wasn't at all. We even had time to chat, so it was very fun.
Yeah, about the track, about the conditions.
Yeah.
Next time you can take some coffee with commentators.
Yeah,
Anyway, very well done, and let's show your happiness right now, because this car, number 1, goodbye. And of course you can see how hard this endurance race, you know, were for another couple drivers. So we totally destroyed at least front wing. We lose some parts maybe of headlamp or something like this, but anyway, this car still on the finish. And this is Dvaras Racing. As you can see, 2 Lithuanian drivers were involved, you know, in this race. Another car, car number 6, so participant in ABC race, and it's quite amazing, you know, to see that this car can survive, you know, in all this 2 hours competition. So next car number 335, so we can wait for this actually driver, representative, by the way, Richard Subetskis this time must be, and he is first in I think BMW 325 Cup. So, okay, let's see. Quite, we need to see some moments. Richards, do you have? Okay, one moment. Quite a busy guy, you know, because he raced all 2 hours. Okay, maybe 1 hour and 50 minutes. But anyway, it was quite hard race, and it's quite interesting how it was for them. So he needs some water, as you can see. A lot of water. He lost at least maybe 1 liter. Who knows? So if we can see a couple next guys. Roder Racing. So another winner, I think, in a BMW Turbo class. And we can see again Leo Messenger behind the wheel. He is quite happy from this yellow car number 22. So Richards, it's time for interview. Yes, let's go. And very well done. I don't know how you did this race, but you just, you know, one driver behind the wheel. Please talk us through about your emotions and maybe your experience from this race.
From this race, I think the experience is big weather changes on the track. The start was wet, then it was dry, then again it was wet, so it was very interesting. All the time the weather was changing, and when I came out on the second stint, the weather was very wet, the track was slippery, and lap after lap it was getting faster, faster and faster, so you need to adapt very quick to be fast.
So right now you are man of the rain and the man of the dry track. Well done, and take some strong results in couple next races. So let's try to talk with drivers of car number 22. Looks like another winners from Roder Racing. We already know Leo Messenger. Leo, hello. And maybe we can talk with Robert Schroeder. So, Robert, of course, definitely, yes, because you know it's Roder Racing. So, please talk us about your experience from this race and how it was.
It was perfect. I mean, it was mixed conditions. It was raining, sunny, dirty track, crashes, everything. It was enjoyable. It was nice. The new car is so easy to drive. It doesn't change under the whole 2-hour race. You can push it all the time. So we are happy. We are happy. We were here just to test the car for endurance and to have fun. Yeah. So we had fun. Me, I also had fun. And Richard's also fun.
And I had fun, you know.
Okay.
So see you guys. Let's see. Couple maybe another drivers here and couple another race cars. At least we have a winner in class ABC race. It must be Portman Racing. So Portman Racing and his driver Arturs Danilevskis. So here you are, not with your car, but let's go to your Peugeot 206. So please tell me how this race was for you, of course, behind this wheel.
Yeah, so I expected results like I would be the last positions, but I am 11th, so I got shocked. But then I realized that I have like Falcon tires and all others have a semi-slick, so it's a different type. So yeah, it's good result for me, good result for team, and yeah.
And of course, enjoy your victory. Well done. Ooh. And we have car number 24, by the way. So this car, I think, Osmo Racing team by Baltic Maintenance, Maxim Avdienkov and Kasparas Skurelis. This crew won in BTC2. So, guys, where are you? So,
yeah.
I remember that you were quite busy in time of the pit stop, but please tell about this race for you.
Yeah, it was quite hard because last 40 minutes I didn't have the power steering. So yeah, my arms a little bit hurt, and the track is very, I don't know, unpredictable, because in some places it's totally dry and some places it's semi-slippery. So yeah, you need to focus a lot, and yeah, we are very happy that we finished, and we finished, I think, first.
Yes, first in your class, BTC2, very well done.
Yeah.
Take my wave. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Woo. So looks like it's maybe not all winners, because I know that we have a lot of prizes for all of our crews. And maybe, guys, you can say something after my words.
All right, thank you, Paulo. See you next race, as the text says, and it will be in 5 weeks' time, the Baltic Grand Prix at Riga. Thank you, everybody who followed us through the day, and see you next time. Good evening.